All right. Good morning, ladies.
Morning.
Good morning. Is Malcolm joining us?
I hope so. I texted him. I hope he's
Okay.
joining us, and I hope that Evelyn's figuring out what's wrong with her sound so we can hear her. It's critical, but we want to start anyway. So, did you both of you have an opportunity to rehearse your speech yesterday or this morning?
Yeah, this is Anita. Yes, I worked on it a lot after I got home. I had an activist meeting last night, and good news, things calmed down here in my apartment. So yes, I worked on it a lot. Because I worked on it, I got home after about 10:30 last night and worked on it then for a few hours. I didn't actually verbally rehearse it because one rule here is got to keep it very quiet because old people sleep long. Sensitive. So I didn't rehearse it verbally, but I made a lot of progress. And what I did, RV, is I took this sheet and I did like insert a table in a Word document, put all these in the left column, and then I worked in the right column beside each of these. And I got a lot done, not only in the 6 parts you told us to, but I think you said something about outline the rest of the parts. Don't have to type them word for word, but outline them. So I did that too.
Right. Well, right. What we're going to cover today, which is the meat. Okay. So you're ahead. You're ahead of us, which is always good. All right. So Sherry, did you have a chance to read?
Yes, I did a little bit last night. I had 2 meetings as well. And
Wow, you busy ladies.
well, it's good though.
It's a good
they
busy.
are writers, so that's a good thing. And then in fact, one's a young man that he would like for me to talk to his class. He goes to CNM, Central New Mexico University. And then this morning, I had people calling me. My kids, are in France, and they wanted to catch me this morning and show me. They had gone to the palace at Versailles and all of this stuff, and they have to hand over my little grandson to his father. So anyway, I wanted to say goodbye to him. And then we had the launch of Richard Branson's Into Space. I don't know if there were 6 or 8 people that are actually civilians. It has nothing to do with government or NASA. And they went into space. They launched from TRC, New Mexico. So it's quite a historic event.
So that really was true that Richard Branson went up to space yesterday.
Yes. No, today.
Today.
This morning. So I didn't really practice this morning. A couple of things, a couple of things. But I'm sort of like Anita in a way, because there's very thin walls on both sides, and when I'm running printers or I'm speaking loudly, I'm sure they can hear it. So it really keeps you on the straight and narrow. I would not want them to hear me saying something inappropriate.
Right. So getting back to the Richard Branson, he took up he funded this himself, obviously.
Yes. It's Branson.
Huh?
He's Sir Richard Branson.
Yeah. What did I say? Bronson?
Branson. Speaking of the actor.
Yeah, which I love.
Yeah, me too.
So he took up some civilians with him, you said?
Yes, but they're technical people, engineers and this kind of thing. And one person is just going up to get a feel for, he's like an observer, and how it affected him. And so you're going to get a lot of feedback probably in the news this evening, and from now on, different people will be talking about it, because it's a historical thing. And
yeah, he had to have taken some classes before he could go up, right? I mean,
he said since he was a little boy, he always wanted to go into space. And of course, he's an innovator. This man is fearless. I would have loved to have worked with him or for him. His whole attitude toward the business profile is different than what people go to work in Hawaiian shirts and shorts, and he doesn't care what you look like or what you're wearing. Be comfortable. He cares about what's going on upstairs, in your mind. And I love the man. I follow him on Facebook. It's
Got it. Okay,
yeah.
let me call Malcolm. Evelyn, are you coming in okay? Evelyn, we can't see you now. We can't hear you. We can't see you. No, Malcolm is.
Evelyn has just sent a text and said she's rebooted.
Okay, good. I didn't get that text.
Yeah, her first text said, let me reboot. Now she's saying I have rebooted as of 10:08.
This number is using RoboKiller to screen their calls. Please say your name and the purpose of your call, and I'll try to connect you.
Arvee Robinson.
Thanks.
I'm worried he might not feel well. All right, there. Can we hear you, Evelyn? No. We cannot hear you.
Hi, this is Malcolm. Thanks for calling. Unfortunately, I can't talk right now, so you know what to do. Talk to you later. Bye. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Malcolm, we're getting started, waiting for you. Hope you're okay. Jump in whenever you can today. Okay, bye-bye. All right, so we're going to get going. I don't know, Evelyn, if you can dial in on the phone instead or something like that. Yeah, try that. Okay. All right, so we better get started. We got a lot to cover today. So the first thing we're going to do is just kind of do a recap of yesterday. So again, thank you all for coming and being on time. And we just talked about whether or not you rehearsed or not. So Evelyn, I hope you had a chance to rehearse because we're going to put it all together today. But let me get my document camera going here for a moment. And there we go. All right, and then let me share. Let me share screen. Boom. All right, so everyone can see that. So when I do a live event training class, we always go through and first thing in the morning, and we talk about, it's called isings. What is? ISINGS, isings, what is, right? So all of the boards that I have made, we go through and you tell me what they mean. We do it usually in partners, but we'll just do it together today. So when you look at this lesson or this board, what was I talking about here? When you see business raffle, strategy, Q&A, what is this?
Ways to offer your call to action.
Correct. Perfect. It is, yes, call to action, your closes, 5 different closes. Very good, Anita. When I was talking about this, what am I talking about here?
I'm not going to answer. I'm going to give Sherry and Evelyn a chance.
Okay. What am I talking about? Sherry, do you remember?
Oh gosh. You're talking about you like using numbers to
For what?
yeah, I'm trying to think of the word that the workbook used. It's how to get your purpose, and then how what you use to do that.
Okay, so Anita, help her out. What am I talking about?
Titles.
Titles, speech titles.
Speech title.
How to create speech titles. Very good. All right, and I think this is what you were talking about a little bit more closer. This.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about, the purpose statement.
Right.
Right, persuade, target market, your title goes here, right?
Right.
Right, so very good. So what was I talking about here?
If you have a 20 to 30-minute speech, you need, is that 3? Oh, gosh. You have 3 to 5 points that you use in your speech.
That's
And then
correct.
the 15, pardon?
That's correct.
And then the 15 then is you can cover up to 3 points. And then
Yes.
if you only have 5 minutes, you can just 1 point.
That's right. Absolutely correct. Yay. All right. Now, here we are with our sandwich. Where we are here, all right? And Anita knows because she showed us her document. So let's go to Evelyn and see if Evelyn, where are we in this particular system? Where are we? Where did we end yesterday? Can't hear you.
Evelyn, we miss you.
Oh, I can't hear you. If I mute and unmute, does that do anything? Oh, go ahead and unmute. I muted you just to see if that would do anything. Unmute now. Now talk. No, it's as if something is plugged in or you don't have something has changed since yesterday. Can you go over to your mute button and make sure that you have the right microphone? Over to the left, the little mute button.
Did you see in the chat, Arvee, that Evelyn has said I'll try to get in on the phones because
Oh.
I can hear you?
Oh, okay. No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, so you need a call-in phone number. Okay.
Bringing up her email with the link, your link in your email to her. I guess she's bringing that up on her
No,
phone.
'cause I just gave her this link. I didn't give her the phone number links.
No, what I'm saying is if a person, whether it's Evelyn, you or me, opens up my email, in my case it's Gmail, if I open that up and I click on your email to me with the link in it, then I can click on the hyperlink to Zoom in that email on my phone.
All right. Is there something you could send her? She might not be as savvy as you are. Is there something you could send her?
Let's see. I'm thinking to, well, I would say
Oh, shoot, Anita, you froze
the
there.
microphone or either my microphone's plugged in. So I'll just say, make sure she doesn't. Okay, Evelyn. Let's see. My chatting is not working. Okay.
So I assume she has a smartphone. She can get on the internet on her phone, right?
Yeah, use your smartphone, Evelyn.
And even if she uses her smartphone, she has to be able to access the link, which she can do fastest through the email on her smartphone.
Exactly. Just go to her emails.
But see, as long as she gets email, I chose not to have email on my phone because it just got too cluttery.
Yeah.
So I don't have email on my phone.
Well, Arvee and Sherry, I have a huge email that would blow up my phone. And then I have a little email that very few people know about. And I only give that out to people if I want to open their email on my phone. And that doesn't blow my phone.
Good solution. That's a good solution. Yeah, because I just had one. Okay. So this is a bummer.
Her latest text, as I've been checking for the microphone transition, is when we ended into the main content.
Yeah, the pain and suffering was the last thing that we did.
Problem, pain, suffering, solutions. And she basically answered that because the next thing transitioned into the main content.
That's
right.
She answered your question, even though she can't access you yet.
So we are right. We just finished this. Here, she's absolutely right. Right.
Okay, but just a second. The puzzle is she's able to chat with us. That means she's chatting with us through Zoom.
She can hear us, but we have to be able to hear her speech.
Exactly.
She can't write it. I forbid it.
And it shows in the participants that she is participating both verbally and visually.
That's right. Yeah.
That's
And
the puzzle.
I don't have a phone number, so I don't know how I would find my phone number for this.
I'm going to suggest that she turn her computer off and start over again with all microphones unplugged.
Good. Hello, Malcolm. We have a little difficulty with Evelyn not being able to have a microphone. I don't know if you know anything about technology that you could add a hand, but we can't hear her even though she's not muted. Normally that happens when we have something plugged in, like an earphone or some other equipment, but she has not done anything since yesterday. So we've been having some problems. Evelyn, turn off your PC. She can hear us. So that means her speaker is working. Hear her, so that means her microphone is not working. Evelyn, do you hear that? It is your microphone that is not working. Do you have a plug-in microphone, or are you using your computer mic?
Or your headphones.
So I don't know, Malcolm, if you know any special magic tricks. We've tried all of them.
We've tried all of them.
Oh, I've unplugged my Dragonly speaking and using my Logitech microphone.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but Evelyn, you have to go over to the mute button and click on the arrow and make sure that under microphone, it says that it's using your Logitech microphone. Make sure it's checked. Is it checked? Okay, are you with us? Are you over with the little arrow? Audio settings. You could go to audio settings and you could test the microphone. Make sure the right microphone is there and you can test it there. Well, she's doing it all cool and collected. That's for sure. Cool and collected. All right. Well, while you're looking at that, I'm going to ask Malcolm some of the questions. All right. So Malcolm, we're just kind of doing a review. So let me go share. All right. So when you see this, what was I talking about when I was talking about these 5 points yesterday?
You were talking about the I would call it the close or the call to action, but I guess you were talking about their purpose.
This is the close. You're exactly right.
Right.
Hey, this though is what you're just starting to talk about. What is this? What am I talking about there?
That's the entire purpose statement.
That's correct.
Right.
With the close that you
Right.
selected from this list.
Exactly. Correct.
Very good. Very good. All right. And what was I talking about here?
1, 2, 3. Title.
Yes. Very good. All right. And what was I talking about here?
13. Oh, how long the speeches and versus how much meat you have in it.
Absolutely correct.
How
Beautiful,
much meat you have in your sandwich.
beautiful job. Beautiful job. And then where are we by the end of the day yesterday, and where are we going to start today?
Okay, on this we are we just stopped at the end of transition into the main content. Yeah. And so we're just picking it up with, yeah.
right?
We're picking it up with the meat now.
Absolutely.
On
Beautiful,
The meat.
beautiful job. And so if we did our visual representation right here, we did, this is the problem, pain, and suffering, right? Problem, pain, and suffering that we did. And we're just
Okay.
getting ready now for the meat right here.
Arvee, I have a quick question.
Yes.
What is the feature with Zoom that you're able to let us see? Do you have like a camera above you that looks down on your desk that we can look at what you're writing now?
It's called a document camera.
Oh, and so if I have a document camera, Zoom has the capability to give me an option. Do you want to use your document camera? Is that how it works?
Kind of, but it's not really so much Zoom, it's your computer. So this comes with software and its own little icon. So
Okay.
before I use it, I click on that icon, then it turns on, then I share my screen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And I have one related tip that I learned earlier this year that I totally appreciate. You just demonstrated it. For everybody, recently I learned something that to stay organized, when I turn my computer off every time, whether it's midday or midnight, always have the pile of things that I want to work on the whole day, have them stacked up. So the first thing I see is the first thing I should start with. So I'm starting organized. I wish Evelyn was on the call at this moment because she would probably already know this, but it's a tip that has saved me a lot of time by stacking up my to-do list for the next day when I turn my computer off at night. I just want to share that with everyone.
Good.
Great idea. Great idea.
Thank you very much.
The one thing that I do for organizing is I have file folders from the 1st to the 31st with different months. And so I put what I am either going to do or in those days, especially like speaking engagements. Yeah, it's on my calendar, but I need the physical paperwork and form. I just slip it in there and then I can go to it. So you could take that idea and then take that whatever you're going to do out of there and put it on your desk too.
Yeah, I have one of those files. I don't use it, but now that you've suggested it, I need to pull it out. It's right back here at the back of a little shoebox of files.
I go to so many events and I've got strategy calls, and yes, I have them on my calendar, but I don't have the detail. And I love paper. I love the detail and being able to write on it. So I've really tried to put all that kind of notes in my computer, and I just feel lost. So I need that. Okay, Evelyn says I crisscross the papers. That's good. And put sticky notes on the edge. Oh, that's even better. And label each topic. I also do what Arvee does too. Awesome. Evelyn, I just love you. Look at, she's like over there frantically, like trying to get in, and yet she's got time to give us some tips. I love it. I love it. All right. So Evelyn, I hope you figured this out. We'll maybe have to do something at break for you, but we probably should get started with our speeches now. So before we go, one last thing, I just want to quickly go around the room. What was your big aha from yesterday? Like that big thing that like maybe you thought about in the middle of the night, or you woke up with it on your mind, or you're just like, yeah, that was worth millions, right? Millions of dollars. So what was your $1 million idea or takeaway from yesterday? Malcolm, let's start with you.
I woke up in the middle of the night. You're thinking that I actually went to sleep.
Oh God, I hope you did. Did
No.
you go to sleep?
I work at night.
I didn't know that. Tell us about that.
So I was working last night.
Well, do you work somewhere else from out of the home, out of your own business? Tell me about that.
Oh, yes. Right now, unfortunately, right now, I'm at the point in my life that financially, I need to, um, I'm probably about a year away from retiring, but financially, I'm going to probably have to work a little longer. So I'm working 2 jobs right now. I'm working 2 jobs, going to school, and starting this business as well.
Wow. Well, my hat's off to you. Wow. Wow. Well, let us know what we can do for you. If you need to like snooze in between people, let me know whatever we need to do. Okay.
Good, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right.
I'm pretty good, but thank you.
Maybe at lunch you can snooze.
Yeah,
And if you
yeah, that's usually when I snooze.
eat during our sessions, go ahead and snooze at lunch. That'd be great. All right. So takeaways. Coming back to the takeaway, even though you didn't sleep, what was your takeaway, Malcolm?
I think I had several different smaller takeaways. I think my overall takeaway was actually the surprise of my story. I didn't think in my mind, I had a completely different story in mind for a signature story. And I think maybe it is the structure that you're giving, maybe that was it, the way that you set it up, but it just led me, organically, it led me in a completely different direction than I thought I was going to go into. And I wound up having a completely different story, which I like better. It seems to work better for my signature story. So
Yeah, we love
that was my biggest takeaway.
Good. Yeah. How many of you love this story? Yeah. Yeah. Anita, you too. Look, Anita looks like she's intensely engrossed in something. Maybe she's helping Evelyn. All right, Sherry, what was your big, thank you, Malcolm. That's excellent. I think you're right. That's a big, huge breakthrough. That's not just a takeaway. That's a breakthrough. You had a breakthrough. Yeah, great. All right, Sherry.
Well, it's really strange. Last night, I think I told you earlier, I felt like I was getting close to a breakdown, a meltdown. And I mean, for quite some time now, I've been juggling a lot of different irons in the fire. I too work at a job just to keep me going. Plus I've got several productions I'm doing post on. Plus I'm going to, meeting with people with this new business and trying to corral papers, which I do actually more like Anita. I have stacks and I have on the top what they are. So, I thought I was handling everything pretty well. And what I realized from your criticism was that I'm having a very hard time focusing because I have so much going on and I jump from one thing to the other. And you helped me so much when we were talking about my story, because I realized that my mind was going in. I mean, I've got a lot of life that I cover. I mean, when you consider, how long I've lived and how long I've worked. I have 62 years of working, almost 63 years of working.
That's a lot.
And that's full-time jobs. That's not counting when I was a kid and, work babysitting and all that stuff.
Right.
So my mind just is always darting around. And so that helped me so much. And I think giving me a structure like this little thing is
Good.
perfect. I mean, I'm going to start doing that with my regular life. you know, okay, you have to do this and blah, 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 because I think I needed that. I needed a structure, and I never realized that before. Of course, coming with that realization also came all of these things with my feelings and emotions and personal life. And I thought, oh my God, it's like I just had a visit with a psychiatrist or something. And I even started doubting that, you know, what I'm doing is the right thing to do, and am I capable and all of that. And then I turned it all the way around and said, I should be doing this. I'm the only one that can do this, and to do it in this way. And I'm the only one that has all of that life experience, that I can understand people and what they're going through and what they need. So I thought, yeah, but thank you, Arvee. It's from you directly, and that is worth millions.
Awesome.
It's $1 million gift right there.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sherry. And not only do you have the life, but you have all the acting experience behind you. You've got such a wonderful voice, and yet it has inflections and variety in it. It's so rich and powerful. I mean, yes, you're the only one that can do this. You can do this, and it's time. Yeah.
Thank you.
And what fun, you know.
Oh, yes, that's just it. I think this is the most fun. Well, I can't say I've really enjoyed every kind of work that I've done, but especially for this stage of my life, I can't go out there and work 18-hour days anymore.
No.
But I don't have to, and I'm just as effective and doing just as much good and just as much contact. And that's because of the past, though. I think everything that I've done in my life has led to this point, and it's wonderful. And thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So what's Evelyn saying? Stand up and put your arms out in front of you, crisscross them 7 times, or put your right hand on your left earlobe and the other hand on the opposite earlobe. Bend down as if you are going to sit in a chair, but don't. Go up and down 7 times, and that will bring the right and the left brain together and keep you focused. Do it every day, first thing and during the day. So that's for you, Sherry, to get a little focus. So thank you. I'm glad you don't want us to do that right now, Evelyn, because not a pretty sight. All right, let's go to Anita. So Anita, what was your breakthrough or your big takeaway from yesterday?
My big takeaway is my appreciation for how you've structured yesterday, Arvee, because you tiptoe us into, I mean, first we start off with something little like come up with 3 versions of a title. And then it's kind of like you're taking, to me, I've visualized it, you're taking us virtually by the hand, virtually through the process. And you're like introducing, okay, first is your title. Nobody gets scared, work on your title. Then you work on the next thing. And then we had time to work on it. And then we had time to break it out. So what I'm appreciating the most are actually 3 things: your handouts, your structure for the day, and then I'm going to pat myself in the back. You know, we say, good job, but sometimes we don't do it after we've done it. And at an unannounced hour of this morning, this is the work that I've done, outlining what I've done, and you can't see it because I don't have a color printer. But the thing that I came up with, and I'll share with all of you, is where you have sections, they're in one color of ink, like black. And then where I have key points are in black, statistics are in blue, and stories are in red. So I am using, and right now, what I did last night or finished up in the wee hours this morning is I put in placeholders for stories. Like I'd like to have a testimony here. I'd like to have a success story there. I'd like to have a funny story here because this paragraph or this point is serious. So using the option in WordPress, or no, using the option in Microsoft Word to change the color of the letters helps me remember how to sprinkle in some statistics, some stories, wrap it up. And green is a call to action because that's where I'm going to make money and stuff like that. So those are the things that I have extracted from yesterday.
Very good. And you're ahead of the game because we're going to do all that today. So excellent. Good job. All right. So Evelyn, can you write down your biggest breakthrough and takeaway? And we really got to figure out how to get you in there. I think you can use your smartphone and get in. You just can't see all of us. But I've used my smartphone. All you have to do is type in the code, make sure that you have the app, and then type in the code. There is no password, so you don't have to worry about that. All right, so give it a go. Type in what your breakthrough, and then I would get rid of the computer and just go in your smartphone. And Malcolm, you did this yesterday. Maybe you can add something because I think Evelyn's new at using the smartphone. So Malcolm, why don't you, because you came in and out a couple times that way.
I think you covered it though. You just you go to the app on your smartphone, the Zoom app, and then you just type in, well, you don't even need to type it in. You can go to the email that you sent, that Arvee sent to us with the link, and you could just click on the link, and that would, your phone and Zoom will do the rest and will bring you in.
Well, she says now smartphone got screwed up when I had it wiped out and reset last week. Well, just download the app again. If not, my friend, I would recommend you get in the car and come over to my house. I have a computer in my office that you can use. So if worst case scenario, just get in your car and come on. She's only like 20 minutes from me.
Oh, well, yeah.
So worst case, Evelyn, or best case, whatever you may, hold on, let me try my Mac.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely.
If you have another computer, try that. Okay. All right. So we are going to continue while she's getting in. And we're going to go to our speech. And we're going to do the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps, right? What we talked about all together. That includes your professional story. Now, how long should this be? Let me get my little example here and go back to here, go to here, go to here, go to here, go to here. All right, so how long should this be? You're asking yourself. When you're in rapport, this rapport piece up here should be no longer, this is for a 30-minute talk, right? 30 minutes, which is what we've been building.
Okay.
This should be no more than 7.5 minutes for the top part, the report, right? And this should be the same, no more than 7.5 minutes. The middle here, this is 15 minutes. So altogether, of course, that equals your 30 minutes. Now, you can give and take from the close for the rapport, because the close, if you're going to do something really simple, you don't need that much time. But if you're going to do something like Malcolm, you're going to need extra time because you're going to close for a product. So you might need a little more than 7.5 minutes. So you might have to borrow a little bit from either the rapport or the meet. However, we don't want it to be lopsided. So you don't want to like create something that has a big, piece and little tiny meat and little report. It does need to be a pretty balanced sandwich, but you can borrow like a minute or two from different sections. Does that make sense to everyone? We're looking for balance, but like if you took a minute off of rapport and put it to the close, it still is pretty balanced, right? But that minute could mean all the difference in the world when you're trying to sell. But if we are not really selling a product, we don't need all that time for the close. If we're not doing a raffle, if you're doing a raffle, you need time as well. But if you're just doing something really simple, and we'll go over all the closes today as well, then you could borrow it. So what I'm looking for now is as we go through the problem, pain, and suffering should be no more than 7.5 minutes. Okay. I'm including the problem, pain, and suffering directly in that first piece. So I'm going to time you. If it starts to go over, like over 8 minutes, I'll just stop you because we need to go back to the drawing board and make it, make the story shorter or make something shorter. All right. I will be taking notes. So who is ready to start? You're all going to go. So who's ready to start?
I'll start.
Okay, let me get the timing. Thank you, Sherry. Let me get the timer ready. All right, anytime you're ready, go.
Okay. Good morning, everybody.
All right, so I'm going to stop you.
No,
So
good morning.
that's no. That's no.
Okay.
So start right with your attention grabber. Remember now, and we'll do this right after lunch, but we're going to do your self-introduction. People are going to clap. We're going to say, and let's welcome Sherry Bradshaw. Woo! Right? And you wait till everything calms down. Then you bam with that attention grabber. Right? See, what you're trying to do is kind of get started. Now you're
Right.
going to get started. Boom.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Mhm. How many of you out there are writers? And how many of you out there are writers who have a book that you want to get out in the world, that you want read?
Okay, so that is unrehearsed, and it's like you're making it up as you go. So let's try it again. What is your attention grabber?
The questions.
Yeah, but the second question is too long and it's like 3 questions. All right.
Oh, I thought I was trying to repeat the first and then with the addition. Isn't that what you said to tag?
Only 1 addition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It has to be short and concise. So just give me the attention grabber.
Okay.
How many of you, not out there, but how many of you?
How many of you are writers?
Okay, perfect. Next question.
How many of you are writers who have a book?
Okay, is that it? You're going to stop at you have a book. Okay, perfect.
As that's where you want me to stop. See, I said have a book that you want to get out there.
Yeah, you don't need to. If
You
you have
don't
a
need
book,
that.
it's already
Just
out
the
there.
book.
Okay, so how many of you are writers? How many of you are not only writers, you have a book out there or you've written a book? Because people can be writers and write articles or blogs, but not have a book. And you're interested in the book.
Correct.
I mean, you'll do the other, but you're more interested. There's more money in doing somebody's book. All right, so let me start you again and do it that way, real clean. Not
Start over. Okay.
okay. Let's go. Okay, let me reset. All right, ready, go.
Okay. How many of you are writers? And how many of you are writers and have a book?
Good.
Great, great. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to be showing you how to speak up with your own audible book.
Good. Audio book.
Yes. Before that, I would very much like to thank you for coming here today to listen to us and to make some exchanges. And especially thank you, Arvee Robinson, for giving me the invitation and giving us all to share together. Again, thank you very much. Let's give Arvee a big round of applause. Before I begin the actual information that you're looking for, I would like to ask your permission to tell you a little something about myself. In the early 1970s, I had my own little accounting business in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I'd only been a business owner for about 3 years when the telephone rang. A customer, a client. And that phone call changed my life. That phone call was from a Hollywood producer who was looking for someone who could reconcile a bank statement. And I thought, wow, what do these movie people do? So instead of sending one of my girls to do the job, I thought, I'll just go myself. And I did. It was supposed to be a 3-day job and it paid very well. But those 3 days ended up being 3 months. And boy, did I have a lot to learn. I thought I knew just about everything. I mean, really, shooting a movie as a camera and an actor, right? I never imagined that there were maybe 400 other people involved. So I knew that I had a lot to learn, and there was a lot of long hours involved, but it was so exciting. And I kept getting the second wind, and yes, I could do this. But I had a lot of mistakes along the way and a lot of mishaps. In fact, the very first week, I was given the assignment to go and give petty cash and per diem to the crew. And being the perfectionist that I am, I had everything in order, everything in my portfolio, and off I went. I paid almost everyone on the crew except the transportation people. And I knew that when the film was finished for the day, shooting for the day, the transportation people, after they closed up, always gathered at a little diner in the main part of Albuquerque. And so I took my things and off I went to the diner, and there they all were. There was about 26 of them. And I had all of my little legal documents to sign, and I gave them the cash, and everything was done. And I turned around to leave, and all of a sudden here was this burst of laughter. In fact, other people in the restaurant turned around to look, and I couldn't imagine why there was such laughing. And this one fellow stepped out and he says, "Money lady," he said, "you made a mistake. You gave me money that I shouldn't have. I need to give you this money back." And I said, "Oh, thank you so much." And I said, "Oh, yes, you're the honey wagon driver." Right. And in case you out there don't know the jargon for movie business, the honey wagon is actually the toilet truck. Well, the man gave me the money back and was very kind. And it seems that I had just given money to our lead actor. Now, Chris Christopherson was a very kind guy and took it all in stride. And he forgave me. And I went on to make more mistakes and more mishaps. Another one, again, on that first movie, which was called Convoy, I had a run-in with an iconic director. His name is Sam Peckinpah, and he's known to be a very rough hone, quite a ruffian to deal with on the set. But again, when I was out on the set trying to pass out money and being very efficient with my job, unintentionally, I walked in front of his camera. And of course, I cost the production quite a bit of money to stop the shooting and everything else. But I didn't realize what I had done until I heard this bellowing voice saying, "Get your ass out of here." And I just froze. I just thought, oh my God, what did I do? And let me tell you, to this day, some 44, 45 years later, I still remember that comment. I still remember that experience. And today, when I go out on the set, I go around the perimeter. I never go straight anywhere, and I'm always looking for a camera. So thank you, Mr. Peckinpah, who's been long since deceased. Thank you for teaching me to be more observant with my work. Over the years, I have done many things, and in those 44 years, there have been at least 100 movies, 7 series, 2 documentaries, 2 of my own producing, and thousands of scripts that I have read. And to this day, I feel very grateful that I have been privileged to be part of an industry that is so hardworking, so compassionate, so together, and so influential in the world. This has led me to today, where I am now a voice actor and I read audible books to help people get their word out there and use my experience for that. I will have to say that what is facing writers today, authors of books, and even screenwriters, is getting their project out there, getting their information out there, getting that book out there. They don't know what to do. They, who do I go to? How do I present myself? How can I do something? And it's understandable that they are depressed, that they are sometimes even to a point where they want to give up. These people have, you have spent weeks, months, maybe even years composing what you're doing, and you've put your heart and soul in it, and you seem to be getting nowhere. But don't give up. There is an answer, and that solution, that answer is me. Not me as me personally, but me as what I have to offer you. I have a lifetime of experience. I have contacts, and most of all, I have the desire for your success. We need to look at, we don't do anything on our own. We need help. And especially when we're talking about your writing, your book, you need help. You need someone to, and rather than help, perhaps a better word is collaboration. Because without you, I wouldn't have anyone to do my work. So it works together. And we are in a field now in this day and age where audio is the hot thing. It's something that people can hear your words. I don't care if they're walking up a mountaintop, if they're eating lunch, if they're riding in a car. It's unlimited where you can be heard. So you can literally reach thousands, millions of people anywhere in the world. So together, let's get this thing happening for your book. I'm a perfectionist professional with a lifetime of experience and accept nothing that is less than perfect and the best possible result. I always honor and respect your ideas. And I'm also caring not only about you, but your success. Let's get this out there now, together.
All righty. Okay, so let's give Sherry a big hand and special hand for going first. Good job, because you could all learn from the feedback. Now, I don't give criticism, just so you know, it's feedback. It's just feedback to help you. That's all.
So criticism's a good word though, huh?
Not a good word.
Not for you, okay.
Feedback. Right. Evelyn, can we hear you?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I can see you.
Back up, back up.
Good. I always have that
Sorry. I
backup.
forgot I had my Mac because I'm not on it that much.
Good.
But one thing I want to know, Sherry, is how can you read an audiobook?
How can you read an
Listen
audio?
to it, but you said you read audiobooks. So
Yeah,
how
I should have said I read for an audiobook.
okay,
Yeah,
all right.
because but I read the book actually.
I know you.
But I don't even really read the book, because whenever you get a book, the first thing you have to do is retype it and edit it so you know where you're going to stop, where you're going to take a breath. And you have to work with the author, because
Let's keep,
Well, anyway.
let's go. This is, we're getting off topic.
yeah, sorry.
Okay. And I didn't do that. I'm reading my book. I didn't do that. I didn't do any of that. I just read my book. I'm just reading my book.
Well, because it's not new to you.
Oh,
It's easier to do your own.
that's true. You did. Okay. So let's go through this. So it's a little long. It was 10 minutes and 45 seconds. So it's a
Oh,
little long. So that's okay. It's going to be
Oh.
longer the first time you do it, because you know you're still thinking, pausing, that kind of thing. I just want to give you that feedback that we need. Okay, so in the beginning, when you talked about your story, before your story, you said that you're going to share your background, but you didn't ask permission. Would it be okay? Right?
Oh, I thought
What
I
I
did.
said to Malcolm yesterday, we want to get a yes on purpose. We want that yes. So if you don't ask, you're not going to get the yes that's so critical for the yes when you close. Okay. So always ask permission. You're in rapport. This is for everybody. Always ask permission. Small little thing, just say, would that be okay? Would it be all right? You know, just a quick one.
Right.
Then
Definitely. And I have it there. I just,
Yeah.
I
we're
just-
just fine tuning. We're fine tuning. All right. So then when you have your one day, the phone rang. I love that. But you can even carry it further. One day the phone rang, I picked it up, right? So you could use some body language, which we're going to talk about body language today. But the phone rang, I picked it up. Hello. And on the other line, it was a movie producer. Right? You know, so
Yeah.
you're an actor, so we can add some acting to it. Now, you put a little line in there that you could think about whether or not you really need it. I don't think you needed it. But that is, you decided not to let your girls go, which is a bad form right now. We don't call
Oh,
girls
yeah.
anymore. We call them team, right? And then you went yourself, and then you're gone all this time. And I'm wondering what happened to the girls, right? So I don't think you need that.
Right. And actually, I don't like that.
You don't have to say I decide, you know, it was whether I was going to send my girls or not, you know. So I would recommend just leave that out. We have to cut down, so we take out what's not really relevant to the story.
Well, I wanted to go because I was curious what movie people did. Not necessarily that I didn't want to send my girls. I just wanted to go because I was curious.
Well, then you can say that, but you mentioned the
Leave the
girls.
girl things out. Leave the girls out.
Yeah. And if
There's another small point to make regarding girls. In many situations, women now refer to their breast as their girls.
Oh my goodness.
yeah,
So
but
don't,
I meant to
Don't use
say
girls
my
anymore.
associates or my assistant. I never meant
Yep.
to say girls anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you knew that, because I didn't know until I knew it.
Yeah, actually, an actor called Robert Downey Jr., when he was 19 years old, used to come into my office and say, and Sherry, and girls, how are you today?
oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. What would you do? There was probably a lot of
There was no one else in the office, just me and my assistant. And he was such a funny guy and such a sweet young man. He was 19 years old, and the movie was Mussolini with George C. Scott. It was a two-part movie, and I think they ended up doing it for television.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Thank you. I'm sure a lot of people don't know that guys today do refer to your.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on because I wrote a lot of notes and we got a lot of people and I don't want to forget what I want to share with you.
Okay.
All right, so let's stay on track. All right. Now, the petty cash story, which we talked about you sharing, is good, but again, we could carve it down. Because you said all about the petty cash, and then you went here to these actors, and then you knew the transportation department was gonna go to a diner. I mean, too much, right? Just do one. Okay, so you had to give petty cash to the if you have to say transportation department, say that, and they always meet at a diner. Okay, so that's fine. Forget the first group, and then it's not relevant. You went there, and then the whole honey wagon thing doesn't matter. All right, for those of you who don't know what, just leave that out. It's too much. All right, the key is that you gave out money, and you gave money to the lead actor, not recognizing he was the lead actor. That's the story. That's why they were all laughing. So you gave out the money, right? And then everybody laughed. You turned around, and then there's a nice tall young man in front of you. He said, "Excuse me, but you're not supposed to give me money." Well, it turns out it was Chris Christopherson, the lead actor, and I didn't even know it, and I didn't even recognize him. See,
but it makes it worse that I would think he was the honey wagon driver, though.
Yeah, but you have to explain.
You don't know that. Yeah.
You have to explain it, and it takes time, and then you can lose somebody.
Okay.
The funny part of the story and why people were laughing was because you didn't even recognize him, and you thought he was staff, whether it was honey wagon staff or something else, right? You thought he was reduced to a staff helper.
The crew, yes.
A crew. Thank you. That's the right term. Instead of Chris Christopherson. I mean, he wasn't a small actor even then.
Not then. No.
Star, mega star. So make that a big deal, right?
Okay.
That you were naive. It wasn't that you had difficulty. You kept saying 2 or 3 times, I kept messing up. I had difficulty. No, you were naive. You were new. You were from New Mexico. You didn't know, right? You were probably very good at what you did. You didn't screw up. You see? So be careful when you're you're sharing your story. We don't want to put ourselves down because that doesn't help us, the audience, right? Being naive is one thing, having difficulties is a whole nother. And then I would take out the entire story about the director. We don't need a second story there. And we don't know that guy, and we don't like that he yelled at you and said, "Get your ass out of here." And that doesn't help you. Remember, everything in your story is to build rapport and set you up as the expert for audiobooks. That's the direction. All streets lead to Rome. You got to look at yourself when you're telling your story. Does this lead to Rome? Does this lead to me getting a sale? If the answer is no, leave it out.
Okay.
And it doesn't help serve you. If it did, I would say so, but no. All right. And you were over time, so we have to cut something. That's a good thing to cut because you were right at 7 minutes there. Now, what I did like that you added is to summarize it after the Chris Christopherson story to say, I've seen hundreds of movies and I've read, this is important because it leads to Rome. And I've read thousands of scripts. That leads you to Rome, right? All right. But then you skipped and you said, today I'm a voice actor. It was like, whoa, wait a minute. You were in accounting And now you're a voice actor. So I want something in there to lead to that. I've read thousands of scripts. I love the scripts. I started doing voiceover. I started learning voiceover and doing some of it, when I was in the production company. I produced a couple movies or whatever you did, right? And then I started doing voiceover, right? Then now you could say, now today, I not only voiceover, because I want you to hang on to that, but I do read voices for scripts, sonnets, and audio books. Don't say audible, say audio, right? That's what we learned from Malcolm yesterday. Audio, be real clear on that. Then that's where you are today. That's where your story ends. Then you went into the PPS, which was perfect, which was correct. But then you kept going. And then you kept selling. And then you kept saying, I will help you and la, la, la. You were selling us. Problem, pain, suffering, and solution. Solution is not used directly. Solution is you can't get... The whole problem is people don't have time or they don't like their voice. That's why they don't do audible. They don't know how, right? You don't have to know how. I know how, right? Whether it's me or somebody else, hire a voiceover coach to do it for you. That's the solution, a voiceover coach, right? Hire a voiceover coach. Right? This is an NLP technique. But you kept saying you'll do it and you'll love on them and you'll perfection and you're professional and all. It was like, whoa, all right already. Too much selling.
Okay.
Right? And you'll help that, again, the reaching. And then after you did the problem, pain, and suffering, that you're doing you'll reach hundreds of people anywhere. Now you're trying to sell them on doing the audible, or audiobook, which is part of the meat. So we want to save that for the meat. The benefits of getting your book out on Audible, on audio, is reaching the hundreds of people. Right. And you also started telling us about how people listen to Audible when they're doing this or doing that. Again, that's part of your meat. You end your story right at the end of, after you've learned voiceover, you did voiceover, sonnets, blah, blah, blah. And now you're doing audio books for people. You see, the problem is most people don't like their voice and they don't put their book on audio. And they're missing thousands of dollars, right? That's a pain and suffering. They're missing opportunities to reach more people. But it doesn't have to be that way, because all you have to do is hire a coach, a voiceover coach, right? That's how quick it's mayonnaise. It's not a piece of meat, ladies and gentlemen. It's mayonnaise. It's a quick little strip to set it up. Then you go into the meat, which we'll cover. All right. Does that help? Is that helpful?
Yes. Yes, it is, except with the last part. So the problem is not that they're frustrated because they can't get it out. The problem is they don't like their voice.
That's one of the problems why.
And what's one of the other problems? They don't like their voice.
They don't know how to do it. They don't know how to do it. There's a lot of moving parts, right? They don't like their voice, they don't know how to do it, or they've never even thought of it.
Okay.
But mostly people that I've heard, they don't like their voice. They don't want to do it because they don't like their voice, sound of their voice. And they don't know how, they're not an actor, so they're afraid that they'll be boring. It's not that they're frustrated. In order to be frustrated, they would have had to try to do it and then gotten frustrated. But they don't even start. They don't even think of it. Or they go, yeah, I need to do that. And then they don't know how to start. It's no different than a speech. They don't know I know I need to go out and speak, but I don't know the first thing about writing a speech or getting out there or getting speaking engagements. Same thing, but it's with their book. So keep it real short, real simple.
So the solution to that.
You've got, your solution didn't match what your problem was. You're not going to take away their frustration because they would have had to start it. problem is, they're not doing it. They don't know how. They don't know how to get started. They don't like their voice, but they can't be frustrated unless they tried it. Now, you could say that if you like frustrated, you could say, or they've tried it and didn't like the results and got frustrated. Then, if you want to use frustrated. But most people I know have not even thought, I did not even think about it. I didn't think it was possible for me, somebody who self-published. I thought it was something big out there. I didn't even know it was possible.
So what made it possible for you? What changed your mind that it was?
Well, that's how the universe works, because my coach told me I needed to put it on Audible. And I said, how do I do that? And he
Is this your voice coach?
no. He said, I don't have a voice coach, but he said,
any
this is my
coach is-
business coach, but he
Oh,
said,
business, okay.
put it, and I'm like, how? And then I'm like thinking, well, how do I do that? And lo and behold, I manifested a guy that can do it. The technical part, just like I got a podcast. Well, how do I get the podcast on multiple platforms across the world? All I know about is Podbean, one. This, I hired a professional. They know how to do it. That I'm everywhere.
Yeah,
But see, you set the intentions and it's like the teachers will come.
that's true.
And that's what happened to me. And so people in that audience are there because they already want you. They've already decided in some level, or they wouldn't have heard you talk, that they need to do this. So you've got a ready audience.
So I need to let them know that they have a choice of getting a voice coach and doing it themselves,
No,
or hiring someone who is a professional voice actor.
yeah, but that's all done in the meat, not here,
Yeah,
not the
that's-
problem, pain, and suffering.
No.
That's done in the meat.
Okay, so what is the solution then?
The solution
in this
is
part?
hiring someone to do it for them.
Oh, that's what I just said, I thought.
No, you said hiring a voice coach. You're not a voice coach. Right? A voice coach.
No, I'm not, but somebody else might be if they want
Don't
to do
sell
their own.
somebody else. Don't sell something else. No. You're trying to sell something else. A voice coach so that they could get their voice in a form where they like it. No. The solution to getting your book on audio is to hire a voiceover coach, if you want to call it a coach,
Oh,
a
no.
voiceover coach.
I
Get
wouldn't call
someone
it
else to do it for them. But a voice coach without the over means that, I'm going to teach you how to use your voice and do it yourself.
Yeah, no, I don't want to
Don't do that. Take too long and would cost too much money for them.
Right.
They're not going to get it out there right away.
Okay.
All right. You'll have another chance to do it. Just cut it down a little bit.
Okay.
All right. So all of you got the benefit of Sherry's story and her coaching. So I'm going to expect the rest of you go with that coaching in mind. Right? Okay. Who wants to go next?
I have a question for Sherry, because I still don't understand because of the terminology that she's using. So what is it? I still don't understand what you do. Are you a voice actor, or are you someone that refers people to voice actors and voiceover coaches? What do you do?
I'm a voice actor when I do voiceovers. Whenever I'm actually speaking and have a film that's running in front of me, and I'm speaking for that film.
Okay,
But
so you're a
when
voice actor.
Yeah, I'm a voice actor. When I do that,
For some reason that's just not coming through in your talks to me. I'm always
No, that's okay, because I do less voice acting. I do more reading reading for audible books or audio books.
That's
I
voice
take a
acting.
book, I take someone's book, revamp it, do the stuff, and always with their permission. I never want to change anyone's concept or idea. It's mostly grammatical. And then I go to a sound studio, a sound engineer, and do it professionally, record it professionally.
So
And I
you're a voice
stay-
actor.
Pardon?
That's voice acting. Because I'm a voice actor and I work in narration. So I do the same thing.
Okay,
So that's what you're doing.
okay. Even when I'm doing books.
That's narration. That's just a different kind of voice acting.
Perfect. Then I can put that on my resume. Good, good.
Yeah.
I will have to add that, like, if anyone ever asked me about this, when I first wanted to do this, I wanted to buy all of this equipment and learn how to do this recording. And then I thought, this is crazy. Here at my age and this stage of my life, I want to learn to be a sound engineer.
No.
Crazy. That's why I think everyone needs collaboration, needs help, needs to work together. And I think that's another thing that I really want to get across in this speech. Maybe not the equipment part.
You can put that in
we all
the,
need help.
you can put that in the meat. Okay. So very good.
Okay.
Give Sherry some love. Very good. Very good.
Hey, Sherry.
Thank you. I need love.
All right. Very good. Who wants to go next? We got to get all these done before lunchtime because then at lunch you're going to work on the meat. All right. So who wants to go next?
I guess I'll go since no one else is racing.
All right, Anita.
Okay, just a second. I have been making a few minor things. Let me reprint the pages that I'll be talking from so it sounds more naturally as if I'm just talking instead of reading. Okay.
Arvee,
Yes.
I thought you didn't want us to read.
Well, I don't, but obviously, it's new and you haven't had time to become the script yet. So, yeah. And
I wouldn't be able to stay on track the first time if I just typed it, turned my computer off and looked into the sky and remembered what I typed.
Yeah, that's why you're writing it all on your fillable form, and then you can use that to read it. But when we do the meat, we're just going to outline the meat, and you're not going to do anything but look at it and share your brilliance. But the beginning part, until you can practice it, 1 hour for every 2 minutes of speech, which means 15 hours you need to put into the speech. Once you have that, Sherry, you will not need to read it. You will own it, you will have it, you will be it.
Well, I didn't read it. What I have is I've got the outline.
Okay, good, that's fine.
And I was looking at this to trigger but
Oh, good.
so if I was reading it, it would have been better.
Well, for you, because you're a voice actor, maybe.
Yeah.
You can
Sorry
write
for
it
that
out. That's why there's that fillable form, so you can write everything out.
Yes.
It's not the meat. So, yeah,
Right.
it's not the meat. Okay, Anita, are you ready or do we need to move on?
I'm ready.
All right. Can you pull down your camera a little bit so we can see your mouth? Yeah, we can't see your complete face.
Oh,
The camera. There we go.
is that good?
That's very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm setting my own little baking timer. So I know at 7 minutes. So I know when I'm near the end. And again, we're just going up to the transition point, up to the problem, pain, suffering, solution.
Correct.
What we researched yesterday, okay?
Correct.
Okay. I start with several questions to get the audience engaged.
You just get 2. There's not several. You don't do more than 2. No. We covered that yesterday. One is not enough, and two, and more than two is too many. So get rid of them. You can ask them later on, but not as an attention grabber. Because then you didn't grab anybody's attention. Now they're going, oh. Okay, 2 questions is all. And they
Well,
built,
then,
you had them yesterday. You already did them yesterday. What'd you do? Go back and change it? And
I
that,
may have done that. Because like in the welcome, you know, I can say, welcome to 7 steps for saving our freedom. But that doesn't go into any detail.
well, you're not
Right.
supposed to. You're just dangling the carrot. All right,
Okay.
let me hear what you have, and then I'll go from there. Okay? Yeah.
Here's what I have, and feel free to
Yeah,
chop
yeah,
away.
yeah. We'll go from there.
And I say this because I worked on this after attending an activist meeting, and I'm going to bite my tongue to not tell you how much that affected what I will be saying
Yeah,
in my
you're
speech.
probably all supercharged. Yeah,
Actually, they are. People are waiting to hear my speech on Monday night.
awesome.
So
Good.
remember, now keep in mind, my audience are conservative activists. They're nobody else. So I'm okay with saying things like, and here's how I start off. Remember how you felt on Saturday, November 7th, when it was announced who won the election. Remember how long it took you to accept that reality. How many of you are frustrated with what's happening of lately, and how many of you want to do something about preserving our freedom, and how many of you want to start today to preserve our freedom.
Okay, so way too many. Take out the first 2 about the election and start with that how many question. How many of you are frustrated? And then how many want to do something today? I mean, that's really, you're trying to get your audience to, yeah, let's do rally. Forget the past. You can, if it's important, you can bring that into the meet when you go, hey, how many of you, do you remember how you felt? Right? Who wants to share how they felt? Right? And that could be in the meet, but not in the beginning. Remember, these are precious seconds. We have 3 seconds to grab our audience's attention. And in your case,
Okay.
get them excited. So go ahead. How many of you?
How many of you realize that we all need to do our part to save our freedoms? How many of you are ready to start today doing your part to save our freedoms?
That's not what you said a minute ago. You said something about how many of you are frustrated with what's going on.
Right, I cut those out.
No, that one you want. Not that one you just read. How many of you?
Well, yesterday you said that I should do, how many of you are want to feel are ready to do your part? How many of you are you ready to do your part today?
I didn't say do your part. I said, how many of you are ready for freedom or something like that? It was about freedom, not how many are ready to do your part. That's very weak. How many of you ready to fight for your freedom? Right? How many of you not only ready to fight, I think we used the word defend. I think it was the word defend. Sherry's saying yes.
It was save. It was save. Save was the word.
Or defend, but it's something like that. How many of you are ready to save our freedom? How many of you are not only ready to save our freedom, but you're ready to do it right now? Yeah.
Okay. So then do I go into the welcome with a statement or another question?
No, the welcome is, no statement. The welcome is simply great, because everybody said, yeah, they're ready. Great. For the next 15 minutes, I'm going to share with you how you can do that, how they can fight, or how you can fight, how you can defend, how you can save, whatever your terminology you're using. That's the promise. How many of you want to save our freedom? I think defend is better for this group personally. How many of you want to defend? How many of you want to defend our freedom? How many of you not only want to defend our freedom, you're ready to do it tonight? Ooh, that's good. Say tonight, because it is tonight instead of today.
It's going to be tomorrow night. Okay, so how many of you are ready to do it starting tonight? Okay,
listen.
And then
how many?
Then I go into my
do it. Okay, so say them. Let's make sure you got those 2 right before we continue.
How many of you are ready to defend our freedoms?
Good.
How many of you are ready to start tonight? Great.
Great.
Today's message will be 7 steps on how to defend our freedom.
Good. Good. For the
that-
next
you like
50
that?
minutes, I'm going to share with you 7 steps to defend our freedom.
Okay.
Don't forget the time in there. And the second question really is more exciting if it's a building. How
What
many
do you mean building?
How many of you are ready to defend our freedom? How many of you are not only ready to defend our freedom, you want to do it tonight?
Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Okay. That sounds good.
So
Okay.
building.
Then that is where I get into, before I introduce the 7 steps to defend our freedom, may I tell you a little bit about my background and how things evolved in my life to this point?
Yes, yes. And then nod, yes. Perfect. Now you're
Okay, so
okay, good.
now my story. Before 9/11, I led a normal life, went to school, graduated, got married, had children, worked for almost 30
Stop for a
years.
minute. Anita, stop. Okay, Sherry, did you have a question?
Yeah, the thank you.
Oh, right, the thank you. You forgot the thank you. All right.
What am I supposed?
All right, remember the thank you, is step number 3.
Oh, okay.
So let's
So
go from the top. Now,
just
the
a
other
second.
thing- let's go from the top. And the other thing is, don't mention 9/11 before your story. You said, before 9/11, I was, no, just, it was 2000 and whatever, I'm going along, everything's fine, and then 9/11. It's like you're telling the climax before the story, or you're telling us the answer to the joke before you tell us the joke. When you do that, it doesn't make it as powerful. I mean, it's
From my
not,
notes yesterday, I thought you had said I should say before to build a crescendo up to,
no,
but I just say before 2001.
or just say, yeah, 2000. I would just say, yeah, okay, before 2001 is fine, or whatever. Life was great, and then one day, boom, 9/11 happened.
Okay.
Now, I could have said
Before
that.
2001, life was great.
I
What?
could have said something like that yesterday, and now that I hear it again, I'll put together. I get the chance to recoach too. All right.
Okay, so I went to school, graduated, got married, had children, worked for 30 years as a corporate manager and as a trainer. Yet I was totally clueless about the big picture of what was going on outside of my world. I focused on myself, my work, my family, my loved ones. Up until then, I had never experienced anything as devastating as the atrocity that happened on 9/11. However, 9/11 itself was not the turning point as much as the morning after.
Okay.
The morning after, and I emphasize this because you told me to yesterday. What?
You're sounding good. Keep going.
Okay. So on the morning after, I still to this day remember how, when asked by a reporter, the Archbishop of New York City replied to the question asked, why do you suppose God caused or allowed 9/11 to happen? He was so shocked, he almost pushed the microphone away from the reporter and said, don't blame God. God didn't cause 9/11. God gives free will to people. And it's what the Archbishop said next that is embedded in my brain forever. Somebody chose to plan and also chose to carry out 9/11. I was sitting on my couch in an apartment in North Carolina, and I jumped up off the couch and almost knocked over the coffee table when the Archbishop made that point. That was a pivotal point for me. As Dr. Phil says, we all have pivotal points. That simple reply of the Archbishop ignited the next chapter of my life, where I transitioned my business skills from helping Sprint and AT&T make millions of dollars by launching products, and I was a business process improvement specialist. I baptized myself with the name Business Process Improvement Specialist for making better choices. That began a 10-year journey in which I learned that less than 5% of our choices are made unconsciously, yet it's our choices that create our lives and our world. During those 10 years, I started noticing how people consciously and unconsciously make choices that create good and bad results. One of the sad discoveries regarding choices was learning how we do not have a process. Because of that, I made myself the leader in creating a process that could be used by everyone. And now in my training programs, I provide that process in a visual way because of the importance that it's better to be able to see something than hear it. Because there's a quote, what I show me once versus tell me 1,000 times. That's the end of my story. And then I go back to, as I journeyed forward, it became so clear that there are 3 common denominators to social problems. Most people simply do not think about the big picture or the logical consequences, and that's gotten them in a lot of hot messes. Next, many people think only of themselves. There was a person who was a shooter at an event who was shooting up a lot of people at an avocado festival in the Bay Area. And someone said, "Why are you killing us?" And he said, "Because I feel angry today." And that illustrates he was just doing something based on his feelings. And the third common denominator is people do not have a standard process to make choices by. That causes a lot of pain and suffering, as illustrated by a psychologist one day when I asked her, what's the common denominator that causes people to seek your help? And she said, people don't look at the big picture. They only look at first base on the baseball field, and they get themselves into a jam. So they come to me to get them out of the jam they themselves caused. So the solution, in my opinion, is looking at the big picture, which is the foundation of my training programs. Do you look at the big picture when you make a choice? And that's the end of my problem, pain, and solution.
Okay, all right. So very good. Let's give Anita some love. Love, love, love. All right, so good. I'm glad we got the questions, everything's straightened out. You may want to leave out the line about Dr. Phil and the pivotal. It's okay for you to have a pivotal point, but now you left me thinking about Dr. Phil, and I left you. So we don't.
Is it possible, Arvee, to mention that was a pivotal point in my life and don't mention Dr. Phil?
Yeah.
So I could make the point, but don't, in other words, don't, like you told Sherry, don't distract people to think about a voice coach. Keep their focus on you and what you're leading them up to sell.
Correct. Correct. So we don't want to learn, we don't want to be distracted by Dr. Phil and go, oh, well, Dr. Phil, I haven't seen him. Is he still around? Is he still doing what he's doing? Yeah. Yeah. So we're in your personal story building rapport. So we want to keep them focused on you. All right. So you did bring up Sprint AT&T again, which was okay because you let it into what you're doing now. Where it led you to. So that's fine. You tied that up nicely. But the difficulty I had is I got confused with your problem, pain, and suffering, because I thought you were talking about freedom. And in your story, you talked about choices. You never led me back to freedom being one of those choices. And then when you talked about the problem, pain, and suffering, you talked about the solution is knowing the big picture. Why are we talking about big picture? We're talking about freedom here, right? I mean, it's okay to bring the guy that's shooting because we can play that like, hey, we have the freedom to bear arms, but sometimes our freedoms hurt other people. So we need to stay on one track. And again, if part of getting freedom is looking at the big picture, then that's part of our meat.
Okay, good, very good point.
Yeah.
Because I have a note to myself that I've gotten back to. I mean, I wish there was a way to make the title of my talk about big picture and choices, but that doesn't. What?
It's your choice. You chose freedom.
I can do that only if it links to something that's important to them. There was something you said yesterday that it's got to be I don't know if it was yesterday, whether you or someone said, sell people what they want, teach them what they need. So what they want is freedom, but what they need to see is the big picture.
There you go. Then that's the way to get the freedom. Choices and big picture and something else. Now, I wouldn't choose 7. You said 7. I don't know where the 7 came from today, but you have 15 minutes. You only have time for 3. So don't promise 7. Right?
Okay. Well, most times
7 in her title, but nobody else did. So don't be saying 7. You don't have time.
Actually, most speakers nowadays do have at least 30 minutes, at least in my neighborhood.
I thought
my area.
I thought you told us you only have 15 minutes on Monday.
Yes, Monday, I am like the tail end of the program. They have 2 speakers. Those speakers have over an hour combined. And I am simply introducing, I only get stage time to introduce the activities that I'm teaching people how to do on Wednesdays. So it's kind of like Anita's giving an update on her weekly call on how people can be activists. So Anita's giving an update, not a speech.
Oh, then
But I
okay.
do.
This is not for Monday, what we're creating.
No.
Got it. Okay.
But I'm using
your 15-minute speech for Monday. Okay. So you do have 30 minutes. So you could put in 7 then.
yes.
If you
And I
did
think
that.
7 is a lucky number.
Okay, then let's do it. Okay, thank you for that. And so you can talk about big picture and choices and all kinds of other things. Maybe people, take our rights for granted or whatever you have in your arsenal. Okay.
I have one question. There's one story, I haven't typed it out, but I'm wondering if there's a way that I can use it.
Okay.
And that is what motivates me to be a law-abiding person so that I can enjoy the freedoms people in jail can't enjoy is this. Believe it or not, my children buried me alive, but don't stop breathing, anybody. Don't worry. I came out alive. It was just a snowy day. School was canceled. Work was canceled. We took turns burying one another in the snow, and we immediately uncovered one another, except for after my children buried me. They went into the house to use the bathroom, turned the TV on, and sat for an hour watching cartoons, and I was buried in the snow. So I wasn't buried alive permanently, just for an hour while they watched cartoons.
Were you upset? Were you pissed off when they unburied you?
You know what? It taught me I don't want to be imprisoned. I want my freedoms. I don't want to be imprisoned in jail. So therefore, I better be a law-abiding citizen and not be a smart aleck if a policeman pulls me over for a broken rear tail light.
That's a great story, Anita. But again, then, yeah, it's a great story. Put some emotion in it, though. We want to know how you felt. Were you upset with them?
Okay. The point is, I want to make is I experienced just
Were
for
you
1 hour that I don't.
No,
What
see, I
happened?
want to know about the story. Forget all that.
What?
Forget all that. We want to know about the story. So were you screaming and they didn't hear you?
Yeah.
You were screaming.
Time was running out. I needed to go to the bathroom. I didn't want to pee in the snow.
Well, but could you breathe? I guess you could breathe.
Of course.
But you were cold. Why couldn't you try that? Why couldn't you not?
I have a picture of them burying when we buried one another. You can't get out of that much snow. They buried me big time.
Okay, good. All right. So
I just wanted to ask you if it's okay to use that.
it's okay to use as long as you use and add emotion, because you can't open up our hearts and then just walk away. You've got to tell us what was going on. The story has to be complete. And then they came and got you. And at first you were upset, but you learned a valuable lesson that you didn't want to be put in prison, that you were claustrophobic or whatever. And now you're a law-abiding citizen and you appreciate our freedom. So yes, tie it in, but do give us some emotional part of the story and make sure that you don't leave us with you buried. Very good. Okay, now, when you finish your story, last little comment after you said the big picture and everything, you said something about that's the foundation of my training programs. All right. We're not even, that came out of left field. We're not even there yet for your training programs. Once you do the meat, we can talk about training programs and planting seeds. But
Okay.
all we want to know is you are in the right to share with us how we can keep our freedoms, how we can defend our freedoms.
Okay. Should
Yeah.
I close that with any kind of a question to keep people awake?
No, not at all. They better not be asleep. For
Okay.
you to do your job as a speaker, keeping them engaged. No, but we need to end with today. And today, I'm an activist. I go
Okay.
all over the world. Then you can, if you want to say you teach some training, I go all over the world and I speak on freedom and how to defend our freedom. And I do webinars and training classes and because we've got to defend it or we're going to lose it. So get on your little soapbox right there. And that's
Okay.
what you do
So I
today.
just say high level, I go over the world and teach, but I don't talk about the foundation. I don't talk about my training program yet because I'm telling my story, not my training story.
That's
My
right.
training programs.
That's
Got it.
You got
Okay.
it.
That's a
Yeah.
very helpful distinction, Arvee. But thank you.
Good. You're welcome. Good job. Let's give Anita some love. Good job. All right. All right. Let's take a quick 5-minute
Thank you.
bathroom break and then come right back. And you decide between Malcolm and Evelyn which one of you is going to go next. All right. All right. Get on there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're my co-host. You got to help me out.
You're welcome.
You're
You're
out.
welcome. You're welcome. I
Wait, Malcolm, hang on. I'm going to make you literally co-host. And if you don't see it on or I need to turn it off because we're having lunch break, you have the power now to do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Co-
most definitely. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
All right.
Yesterday, right after class, I closed my computer, but I didn't save my documents. So I had to refill out the fillable thing that you gave us. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of jumping back and forth
Okay.
between things.
Do you have Microsoft Word, Malcolm?
Yes.
Sometimes what you do is you bring it up and the document will show that it wasn't saved and you can click it in the list.
That's right. See if you can find it.
Yeah, it might automatically pop up if you didn't close it down properly.
But I hear you, I know what you mean, but the fillable PDF that Arvee sent is not a Microsoft document.
Yeah.
Not Microsoft.
Oh, it's a PDF. You're right. It's a PDF document.
It's a P- my thing is, because I've lost things like that before decades ago, is I save it into a document name before I start typing anything. So if that happens, it comes back up. And then also what a lot of people don't do, the default is 10 minutes that the program automatically saves. You have to go under File, Options, and go under where it says Save and put it down to 1 minute. It's in all the Microsoft Office. You have to change.
Oh, okay.
that.
Well,
And then that way, if you forget, it's automatically going to save.
well, here's something else. I don't know if you know this. I don't know how, if anybody here knows this. But Google Docs, any like the Google Docs, it saves right away. So like anything that I'm typing on Google Docs, I don't ever have to worry about it.
Well, you got to save it with a file name, right? The first time, right?
It'll save. No, it won't save a file name, but it'll save what I typed. So even if I have a blank document with no name, but I type something, and then my computer crashes, I can turn it on and go under Google Docs and look for something called Untitled, and there's what I wrote.
Right.
But anyway, but that doesn't happen with the PDF. So I was specifically talking about the PDF, the fillable PDF. Okay, so all right. So are you timing this, Arvee?
I am. Are you
All right.
ready?
Okay.
Okay, go.
Nobody wants to hear me speak. That's what I used to think about myself. It's true. It's true. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share my speaking secrets with you. But first, I'd like to thank you all for being here. I'm really looking forward to sharing my ideas with you. And most importantly, I'd like to thank our gracious host, Arvee Robinson, for putting this event together and inviting me to speak. So, yes, come on, clap her hands, applaud for her. All right, so before I share my wonderful, valuable ideas and ways that you can become a celebrated speaker, I'd like to share a little bit about myself. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, back in the mid-90s, I was back in the mid-90s, I decided that I was going to commit to becoming a stand-up comedian. And depending on who you asked, the response would have been, "It's about damn time." See, my mother jokes that my first words were knock, knock. At an early age, I wanted to share laughter and inspiration with the world. And finally, here in the mid-90s, I commit to becoming a stand-up comic. So every night I go to comedy open mics, and every night I feel worse and worse about myself. For me, the biggest obstacle was my neurological disability. See, it's because of my disability, I talked slower, and I didn't have the comic timing that other comedians had. I felt like a failure. I can't do this. I'm not funny enough. No one wants to hear me speak. I don't even want to hear me speak. Eventually, after 4 years of trying, I quit comedy. But it's that burning desire to inspire others and make people laugh that motivated me to try something different. And that's when I decided to take classes in the improvisational theater. See, it's in these classes I learned concepts like yes and, how to accept what's given to me, how to accept ideas given by a scene partner and add to them. And I learned how to create stories with someone else. I learned that mistakes are not all bad, and that some of them need to be celebrated, because mistakes can sometimes lead to something wonderful. And it's at this point that I have my confidence back enough that I go back into stand-up comedy. And I spend more than a decade as a stand-up comic. And then I transitioned to a storyteller, professional storyteller, and a public speaker. And I spent 7 years as a public speaker and a storyteller. And I've learned a lot of lessons from being a stand-up comic, from being a storyteller. And these are the lessons that I want to share, because I understand that everyone's message is important. And that's why I do what I do today, is because I want to help people reach that point. Now, I understand that we all have these stories that we want to tell, that we all want to make a difference in the world as speakers. But the problem today, as I see it, is that messages that we want to relay, or products that we want to sell, or the new ideas that we want to give out into the world, they get lost because we as speakers don't have the stuff, the charisma to be memorable. And so even if, and so there's a disconnect between the audience and the speaker. And even if the speaker is successful one time and makes that connection, they don't have a lasting connection. So the very next time they have to start the whole process again. I think the solution to this is simply finding a mentor. The solution to this is finding an expert that can help you get the results that you want.
Beautiful, beautiful. You nailed it. Great job. I love you.
Thank you.
That subtle, an expert.
Yes.
Okay, so Malcolm, you did a great job. You followed the formula. You did everything in the right order, and your transitions were seamless. So beautiful. I love that one thing. I didn't hear it before, but I heard it this time. Celebrated speaker. If you want to be a celebrated speaker, I love that. I love that. You know, your story, you're very vulnerable. Oh, let's see the time. I think the timing was right on as well. Yeah, 7.5 now. And so you're probably right there at a good 7 minutes. So
Good.
Great job. I mean, I don't have any notes for you. Just keep doing what you did. It was absolutely excellent, you know, and I know he's taken public speaking obviously before, and improv and storytelling, and you just really took right to the formula, and my heart was opened and warmed up because of you. So I'm so glad you're out there speaking. Yeah. Anybody want to comment? Sherry, Anita?
A comment about Malcolm?
Yeah.
Oh, I I agree with everything that you said. I mean, there's certainly no, what did you say? Not criticism. What did you say? Comment or whatever. No. And I'm pleased that he didn't do away with the stand-up altogether. I really see him as a celebrated comic
Yeah.
and a celebrated speaker. And often those can go together. So no, I have nothing but good things to say for Malcolm.
Well,
I so appreciated what you said yesterday, Sharon.
I only speak truth.
oh, yeah.
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 Oh, she just Arvee, she just said that I'm a natural comedian.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah, it was good.
Mhm. Yeah.
So tell us a joke. No, I love knock jokes.
Knock jokes. I never really told that many jokes. I've always been a storyteller. And let's see, a joke. Okay. My favorite joke in the whole wide world. Why'd the monkey fall out of the tree? Because he was dead.
Oh,
Oh,
I have one for you. How do you make holy water?
I don't know.
You boil the hell out of it.
Okay. Here's another one. A man walks into a bar and says, ouch.
Okay. Ouch.
That's it.
Ah,
What?
It's a refrigerator joke. A man walks into a bar and says, ouch.
oh, that's it.
I love it.
Oh.
Oh, that's good.
Anita, I love the way you're looking right now, Anita. It's priceless.
Like what?
Priceless.
The man walked in the bar and said, ouch. And that's the beginning and the end of the joke. I missed it. I'm sorry.
A man walked into a bar and said, ouch.
Ouch.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Waiting. I don't get it either.
That's the joke.
There's no more. That's it.
You're expecting more, and that's the joke. A man walked in, it's logical. A man walks into a bar and says, ouch.
Very nice. Okay, so we are going to talk real quick before we break for lunch. We are going to talk about the meat because I want that to be percolating, right? While you're, preparing and eating lunch and having a little break, you're going to have a little homework to do as well. So we are on page
19.
20, yeah, 19. All right, on page 19, we see that we have, the different pieces of meat. I shared some of them with you yesterday, but on, here, let me just make it easy and share my screen. Okay, come on, why can't I share? Hold on. Share my screen. There we go. It was good. All right. So here we are, and we are right there on page 19. I talked about yesterday. Now here's the whole rundown. 5 minutes, 1 piece of meat. 20 minutes, 3. 30 minutes, 3 to 5. 60 minutes, 5 to 7. 90 minutes, 7 to 10. No more than 10. People can't eat any more than that. So that's your guideline. That is a guideline, which means like, sure, you could cram 7 into 30. You just can't go as deep. So it's just a guideline. It's not a hard, fast rule. All right. Okay. So now we're going to talk about body language and some of that stuff afterwards. But what we're going to go to, it's not here. What we're going to go to is the meat. And the meat, there's a couple, you're going to outline the meat and you have that. But the meat itself can be presented a couple of ways. All right. In other words, if we have 7 ways, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Right? Simple. If they are steps that have to be in order, then we have to do it this way. But if they don't have to be done in order, then we have got freedom. So if you've worked with me in the past, some of you have, or if you've seen my webinars, you know I love acronyms, right? I love acronyms. Is that acronym spelled?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Thank you. All right. So I always look for the acronyms. So let's say like I want to, there's 2 ways to do acronyms. All right. One, you can say what you want to teach, write it down, and then try to find an acronym or find an acronym first. So let me give you that as an example. All right. So somebody give me a topic. Just give me a topic.
Fruit
Freedom.
salad.
Freedom.
Okay. Malcolm, what was yours?
Fruit salad.
Okay. Something like that. Yeah. Let's do something easy. So if my topic is fruit salad, now I already have 2 things I can use. I can use fruit, right? Or I could use the word salad, right? Because this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll work in a 30-minute speech. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll work in a 30-minute speech. So what I do is I think about, well, what do I want to talk about fruit salad? Let's say that I use the salad just to be easy. All right.
Arvee, can you move your paper up just a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So let's say I want to use salad. All right. So let's say I want to, and I'm just going to make this up. I'm going to talk about apples. Okay. We can make an apple salad. Right. So I put an apple. Let's say so give me some words I could use that apply. Apple salad. Maybe this is love because I love salads. Maybe this is appetite. Maybe this is the D is for what? D is for, whatever the D is for, right? A lot of times I go to my dictionary and I look. So the key is you can fill in the blanks that way, right? Or I could write out what I want to talk about. Let's say I want to talk about, when it comes to fruit salad, I want to talk about that it's healthy. All right. It's healthy. Good for you. Right. It's good for you. Good for you. Right. I want to talk about weight loss. Right. Right. I want to talk about it's delicious. There we go. Delicious. Delicious. I could put delicious right here. Right? Delish. I'm going to abbreviate it. Delicious. Easy to make. Easy to make. Right? And then nutritious, maybe. Nutritious. nutritious, whatever. Don't forget my spelling there. Okay. So then I look at, okay, my vowels, and I look at how can I use it and create a word from here, right? So now maybe the word more is health. So then I come here and I go, well, you know what? Instead of fruit salad, I am going to say health. Okay. All right. You know what? I don't have enough letters. It's too much. I'm just going to say heal. All right. Fruit salad can heal. Right. And then I go, okay. And since I didn't use health, I'm going to use health here. Right. Let me see. Weight loss. What could I use for weight loss? Oh, I got an E. So I'm going to say that it's easy. I got an A. So I'm going to say my favorite salad, which is apple salad. And I've got an L, and I just love salad. All right. See, I can put nutritious and weight loss all in health. Okay. Do you see that? So I've got the easy to use. I've got that it's nutritious. I've got the health aspect and the lose weight. And I can say my love is delicious. You see that? That's how easy it is. Write down what you want to cover and then look for an acronym. All right. So let's take, for example, let's take it. Let's say that Anita wants to use the word freedom, right?
Why don't we use the word activist, Arvee?
You want to
Arvee?
use activist?
Activist would be better because I've been working on it and freedom is too hard.
Okay, activist. How do you spell it?
ACTIVIST.
Okay, that's too many letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8. That's going to be a lot in 30 minutes. Okay, so what do you have? What do you have for the A?
Aware.
Aware. Okay, got it. What else? The C.
C could be conservative or constitution.
Oh, I like Constitution. Okay, either one. T.
Okay. T is take action.
I like it. Take action. Got it. I.
Inquisitive.
Okay.
INQUI.
Enough.
S. Okay.
B.
Values.
I like it. You've been doing your homework, girl. What is the other I?
What I want to say is interrogator, interrogatory, inquire. Wait a minute, we got inquisitive and inquire.
How about interest?
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Okay. The S.
So far, I would say was social media or speak out. Let's go with speak out.
I like speak out. Okay.
And T for tally, and that is keep track. What that would be all about is keep track of the activity I do every day and week and follow up, because a lot of people just send a form letter and say, thank you for contacting us. And that's like dropping the ball.
Okay. But where are you going to talk about the big picture that you wanted to talk about here?
That's a good question. Let me think about that for a minute. That's a very good question.
Yeah, because I know you want to talk about that. So one of these, you'll just roll it into that, whether it's
Well, if nothing else, here's a placeholder. Change tally to tall picture.
tall picture. Okay.
Tall for big picture, because there's no B in the letter.
Perfect. All right. So now thank you. Good job. All right. So now here's the beauty of acronyms. And I made this up because I needed to one day. You can do it from here down. You could do it
Okay.
from the bottom up, or you could do it in any order you wanted. So if you wanted to talk about values first, you could talk about values first. And then
I'd
you,
like to change C to commitment.
it's
And that
okay.
is to make the,
It's okay. You change it on yours. Okay. So the point being is that this could be 1, this could be 2, this could be 3, this could be 4. The only thing you have to do as a speaker is be very, very clear on what letter you are on. All right. So when we start out our speech, we say we are going to, not the beginning, but now the beginning of the meeting, we're going to start with an acronym. The acronym is activist. Now we are going to start with the word B as the word B. We're not going to start at the top or the bottom. We're going to start with the word B. Everybody got that? We're going to start with the B. The B stands for values. Blah, 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 value, value, value. Next, we're going to talk about the S. The S stands for speak out. Blah, blah, blah. So you can do any order you want, but you have to be clear. So if you're going to start at the bottom, you're going to say, we're going to start at the T. The T stands for tall picture. Tall picture, think of it like the big picture, which we've all heard about. You've got to have a sense of the big picture before you can become an activist. All right. So that's just what I wanted to teach you. If it's too
Arvee, I have a quick question. Do you recommend that I say V is the first of the 8 letters? Speak out is the second of 8. So I start implanting in their brain, there's going to be 8 in the end. This is the first. This is the second of 8. This is the third of 8.
You can, it doesn't hurt anything as long as you're very crystal clear. Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you.
Which you are.
So Arvee, are you, excuse me, are you suggesting that we can do this when we're just speaking without visuals, or is this mainly a visual addition to our speech?
No, I do it both. I do it both live and virtual. If I'm on virtual, I will create a PowerPoint and make it visual. But I do this all the time for years, doing live, because I've only, when you have a speech that's 30 minutes or less, you do not use PowerPoint unless you're in the virtual world. Then you can, because a talking head on a box can get boring. But when you're live, you don't. So when you're live, I just say, I'm spelling out the word fruit. Everybody write that on your paper, fruit. Or I'll bring a handout, and the handout will have F-R-U-I-T. If I want to hassle a handout. If it's 30 minutes, I might make a handout. If it's 15, I won't bother. Because it takes a few minutes and creates disruption while you're handing out the handout. If you put it on their chair ahead of time, it still creates disruption. So it all depends on if I want to create disruption or not. Sometimes I do on purpose. It's called a distraction on purpose. It's a diversion on purpose. But
To get a drink of water.
Something like that. If I got to go get something or do something, I'll create a diversion. But sometimes you don't have time for any of that. If you only have 5 minutes, you absolutely don't have time. So you have to just let them either remember or let them find their own pieces of paper. It all depends. People are eating, people are eating dinner and they are at a party. They're not going to have paper. But if people are at an event, and it's a networking event, and they come to a class, they will have paper. So it all depends on where you're at.
Okay.
And what kind of distraction. I saw a speaker yesterday. She did not have a handout. Or Friday, she didn't have a handout. And she said, everybody get a piece of paper because you need to write it down. Turn to your friends, get a piece. And it was a disruptive. So if you're in a big group like that and you're going to say, everybody take out a piece of paper, well, why not provide them with a handout or that piece of paper ahead of time?
And the benefit of a handout, I think you said this years ago, is you could put your contact information in the footer.
Yeah, exactly. Put them, and you know what? You have samples of handouts in the appendix in your book.
Plus your picture.
Do I?
Plus your picture on the handout, I think.
Plus
is
your
very-
picture. Exactly. So people recognize you. So what we're going to do now is we are going to take an hour break for lunch. And in that hour, you're going to have at least 15 minutes to think about what you want your meat to be. Now, you know your stuff. So it's not like, oh my God. No, you know, you're just like Anita, bounced off activist. She knows her stuff. All we're going to do is outline the meat. You're not going to handwrite anything, just outline if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like Evelyn, what are you going to talk about? Labels. I already know what she's doing. Labeling. That's one thing she always teaches. Labeling, right? Drawers, organizing drawers, so boom, she knows her stuff. So your assignment is just to either do an acronym or do 1, 2, 3 and bring that for your speech. You're going to see we're not going to have time to dive deep and talk about every topic. You already know your stuff. I just have to hear you talk about one and transition into and out of the PPS and the close. All right. So don't go to a lot of links here. You can work on that on your own. Just play with the acronym and have fun with it. Okay. If you want to do an acronym. Every speech I have almost has an acronym, unless it's steps. If it's steps, they have to be done in a certain order. People expect step 1, step 2, step 3. They don't want an acronym for steps. They want, what do I do first? What do I do second? What do I do third? Okay. All right. Any questions before we break?
What I worked on last night, Arvee, is I have the main points of my content, but I think it's premature to ask your opinion of them before lunch.
Probably.
Because I think I'm going to probably modify them based on the stuff, what you just said in the last 5 minutes.
Okay, but you basically have yours. You just make your points what
Yeah.
you want to be, but yeah. And as long as you think 30 minutes. Now, if you don't have time to do all 30, all 8, excuse me, like you don't have 30 minutes, then what you do is you either stop at act because you want people to take action, or you turn it into action instead of activist.
Okay.
So that's
a
for
good
all
point.
of you. That's for all of you. So you have a lot of meat, but let's say you had 20 minutes. Well, you can't not give something an activist. You can't tell people, hey, I'm spelling out activist, but I don't have time, because it makes you look like, the host, like it, like the host didn't give you enough time, right? Somebody loses, and the audience is who loses. So just change the acronym to action.
Should we just remember that?
I'm talking, hang on, because I'm on a roll here. Act, action, or active for you, Anita, would work to shorten. Okay. So what was your question, hon?
What's the maximum number that you recommend in an acronym that people can easily remember? 5, 7, what? Maximum numbers.
It's not so much acronym number, it's pieces of meat. So remember, in a 15-minute talk, you only have time for like 3. So you pick an acronym that has 3. You might fudge with 4, right? But it's how much time do you have? So really, for a 30-minute speech, 5 is typically the max. And we covered that on, what page is that? We covered that.
19,
right? 19. So that's your guideline. But let's say you don't have a 5-letter word, you want it fudged to 6 or reduce it to 4, that's okay. Odd numbers are always better, but when you do an acronym, it's, what you can fit in there and have the word make sense. The word has to make sense too. I couldn't say, I'm talking about fruit salad and have an acronym that says freedom or activist. It just doesn't make sense. Or tree. It doesn't make sense. It really has to be an acronym that follows. So one of the things one of my talks is, is I do a leads talk. right? So I spell out the word leads, right? How to speak up and get clients. I spell out, well, first you have to get the lead. Let's spell out leads. So it has to all make sense or you're gonna have a disconnect.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
I appreciate the massive amount of content in your, 57-page handout. That's really good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's take an hour. Let's be back here. Let me see. It's almost 1. Do you want to be back at 2? An hour and 10 minutes, so you'll work a little bit more?
I'm content with 1 hour because this is our last day.
Okay. Who wants an hour and 10 and come back at 2?
That works.
Okay, you lose, Anita. Sorry. All right, so we'll come back sharp at 2, though, not 2:01 or 2:02. 2. Sharp and ready to go with your meat. Okay. All right, and we'll plan on going to about 5 or 5:30.
Okay.
All right. All right. I'm going to stay on. I'll pause the recording. Resume. All right. So welcome back from lunch. I'm sure that Evelyn and Anita will join us shortly. We are going, maybe what I'll do is I'll text them real quickly. Oh, Evelyn sent me revisions in my email. Okay, good. She just sent that to me. All right. So let me look at that. Let me look at that real quick. And print that out. All right, there it is. Beautiful print.
This is so great, Arvee. I'm just learning so much.
Oh, good.
You know, I really love the acronym. Thank you, Arvee.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. I love them.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Something that I did in stand up.
All right, so we are on, I hope Evelyn joins us here. We are on page 28 in your manual.
Really?
28.
Are we skipping all that body language and all
We
that?
we are right now, we'll come back to it.
Oh,
But we want to make sure that we have time for the most important thing, because you can always read that. And that is the close. All right.
okay.
Well, we'll do a little bit of it while we're waiting for Evelyn. Okay, I'll just reference it a little bit. Okay, so we're on page 21 then. So when we talk about body language, especially in the virtual environment, when you're speaking, we want to make sure that we use what we can. So it's best to stand up, get yourself a stand-up desk or a stand-up, or put your laptop on a file cabinet when you speak for several reasons. One, it opens up the diaphragm, and you, like a singer, right, or an actor, you need that to breathe through the diaphragm and to be able to project your voice. Evelyn's texting me. Come on. Okay, just sent you. I have samples. Okay, she's being. My computer both went down just before we ended class at lunch. Everything okay now? Okay, I'm just gonna say jump on. All right. So we want to stand up. If we can't stand up and you have to sit down for some reason because you don't have the ability to move your computer or get a stand-up desk, what I have is I have a regular desk that I bought. It's called Stand Steady, and it sits on top of the desk. So it makes the desk about 2 inches taller. So I had to get a higher chair, and I can pull it up and raise it up when I need to. So I didn't want to buy a whole new desk for $2,000 or something. This was only a couple hundred. So it sits on top of the desk. So get something like that. But in the meantime, if all you have is a chair and sitting, that's fine. Make sure that you're looking into the camera when you speak. I mean, I don't hear because I'm looking at all of you, but if I'm speaking at a speaking engagement, I will just directly look at the camera and nothing else. Just look at the camera. That's one thing to get that connection going. The other thing is make sure that your camera is far enough that some people, that they can see more of you. If you have to sit, if you're standing, this is how much they see of you. People need, if you're speaking, they need to see more of you, and you need to do more hand gestures, right? That's the only way in this virtual environment we can make the connection. When you're in the live world, you're naturally going to do, body language, you're just going to naturally do it. When we do body language, we want to always make sure, if we are going to use our hands, that we give them jobs to do. Just like I shared with Sherry, hello, right? Hello. Or you could say, we took a drink, we went drinking, or something like that, or aloha, or whatever. But give them jobs to do. And, you could use them for the height of your children. You can use them for the height of, like my twin brother is 6'4". So, the guy was really a square. We went around the world, or we went around and around, or I'm feeling a little dizzy. So think of ways that you can use your hands to exemplify what it is you're trying to say, always. So that they're not just always going like this, but that they have a purpose. So that's page 21, talking about eye contact. Hand gestures is 23, right? That's just stuff you can read. And then the face is important too, that the face has to do with what you're saying, that it's congruent with what you're saying. So and sometimes we've seen stoic people where their face doesn't change. So if we're happy, we want to make sure we look happy. And when we're sad, we want to make sure we look sad. We don't want to be smiling when we're talking about something sad. All right, so here's Evelyn. All right, I've got to turn on the air conditioner. It's probably making way too much noise. Welcome, Evelyn.
Hi.
We are going through page 21, 22, 23, 24, and we are on page 24. That's just some information, 21, 22, 23, 24, that you can read just about body language. But let's do the faces, all right? So let's practice our faces, especially everything is magnified when you're speaking virtually. And we're going to be speaking virtually in this world for forever, not exclusively, but now that everyone learned Zoom and that they learned how to have meetings in Zoom, we're going to continue this, or certain groups are going to continue it because it's cost effective, right? Nobody has to travel. We don't have to get on the freeway. So this is here to stay. So we must learn how to take advantage of the virtual world along with the physical world in speaking. So it's going to be a little bit of both. Now, when we're doing the virtual speaking, we want to, of course, look into the camera. We want to try to have our camera, it's such that it shows how, from our waist up if we have to sit, or at least this much and up if we're standing. And I recommend that getting that standing desk. All right. So that's one thing. The other thing, of course, you need is always great lighting when you're going to speak in the virtual world. You see, when we speak in the live world, you could be in the dark speaking, but no one is going to blame you because you have no control over your environment unless you're in your room. But as a guest speaker, you have no control over the noise, over the sound, over any of it. And we know that. So if you're in a noisy restaurant with waiters going by, nobody's going to fault you as the speaker. But if you are in this environment and people can't hear you or see you, they're going to blame you because you're the speaker and you're in control of your environment. Big difference. That means the background that you choose, whether it's virtual or live, it means the microphone, it means the lighting. I have my lights on the whole time, right? I have a light above me. I have natural light over here, natural light over here, but I have a big light. See the box light? You can see it right there. Right? That's a box light, the reflection. I always turn it on. It makes a big difference. Let me turn it off and you can see. Okay?
Yeah, I can see
See
a
the
little
difference? Now, if I'm talking to a friend, I don't care. But if I'm speaking and teaching and you need to see my eyes and, mouth and everything, then it makes a huge difference. So, okay, make sure you get some lighting. Right? You can get it, all of that stuff on the internet really easily. Also, what I like, Sherry, this is like something Sherry and I shared together, is it minimizes the wrinkles. And you have great lighting because it does wash you out a little bit, but so what? Right?
But a bright light does?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? I have one of those circle lamps that my friend gave me. I just got it, but it has red light, blue light, a softer white, and a bright white.
You want to use the softer white.
Okay.
The soft.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I think on that one it kind of blinks or something. I guess I'll have to experiment with
You'll have to experiment, yeah, and try it. Good. Okay, so lighting and all that matters in the virtual world. So lighting, background, and microphone, get all of them. So also in the virtual world, you can mix it up by using PowerPoint and some other things like that. When you're doing a 30-minute on stage outside of this virtual, don't schlep all that equipment for your PowerPoint. Just connect and be with your audience. That's all. The reason why we want to use PowerPoint here is because it will dominate the screen, where if someone doesn't put you in spotlight mode, you all know about spotlight mode in Zoom, right?
What do you mean by that?
Okay. When you're the host in Zoom, the host can put you in spotlight mode. So I will spotlight Sherry and she becomes the dominant person on the screen. It's similar to speaker mode, but speaker mode, each individual has to put them in speaker mode. This is a way the host can put the person speaking almost automatically in speaker mode without the individual doing it. But at the same time, we're in control of our own view always. So even as an individual, even though I have her in speaker mode, you all could go to the upper right-hand corner in view, and you could put it back to gallery view, right? So I put it back to gallery view, but all of you still see her as a spotlight, right? So I have to remove the spotlight in order to have her be regular. Does that make sense? So my point to you as a speaker, just ask the host to put you in spotlight mode. Then you will take over the screen. Otherwise, if there's 200 people, you're going to get lost. You're a little square that's lost. If there's 5 or 6 people, no, you can just be like this. But if there's a lot of people, you're going to get lost. So be in spotlight mode. Okay, so let's have some fun. Let's do some facial expressions, right? So we're going to make faces at one another right now. So we're going to do happy. So everybody do happy. Yay. All right. Do surprised. Right? Very good. I love your impromptu people. Okay. Angry. Good. I think Evelyn wins that one, man. She gave us the snake eyes. All right, then let's do frustrated. Okay, good. Good, Malcolm. Good. All right. And let's do goofy. Just feeling a little goofy. I love it. Sherry wins that one. She had her tongue out and everything. All right. So what we want to do is just like we're going to use our hand gestures to put them to work. We want to be that actor and use facial expressions, especially when we're storytelling. That's where we're going to come into play. And we're talking about the villain or whatever, or we got so mad, my mom got so mad, and you put your hands on your hips and, oh, she got so mad. So it makes the story better. It makes us, the audience, be able to live through your story and take the journey. Remember, stories are just taking your audience on a journey. So the more hand gestures you use, the more facial expressions you use, the more they can imagine your journey and how you've felt. All right, so that's just a little bit about faces. And okay, we'll continue. All right, now if you're in the live world, it's pretty easy live speaking to participate with your audience and to involve them. Because when you say something, they're going to say it. So when I say, got it, you say, got it, I say, good, right? But when I'm speaking and I do it in this virtual world, most people are muted, right? So you would have to tell people to unmute and then repeat after me. And of course, I've done that, and then they forget to mute themselves, and then they're making noise. So it's really a fine balance. So what I like to do is just tell people to unmute themselves for a second and remind them to mute yourself. So I'm going to say good morning, and I want you to say good morning back. So everybody unmute yourself, but then be sure to do, right? Or I have to have a conversation with the host ahead of time and say, I want them to be unmuted, but if someone makes noise, please mute them. It's not as easy as when you're out speaking in the live world, but not impossible, and certainly worth the effort to involve your audience. Of course, we can use the chat for a lot of involvement, but do you know only about 10% of people in your room even use the chat? Only 10%. Check it out next meeting that you're on. See how many people are there and how many people are chatting. And most of the time, it's the same 5 or 6 people doing the chat. So that doesn't work as far as involving your audience. You've got to find new creative ways in the virtual world to get your audience to participate. So one of them is to have them unmute and talk a little bit to you. Have them do shares, go around the room, that kind of thing. Go in breakouts, do some kind of exercises. All right, so now let's talk about the close, because that's what we want to work on. Some of this other information you can read on your own. Let's go into the close, because we've got 5 steps to the close. So again, let's get our little. All right, so we're going to talk about the acronyms you've all created in a minute, but I want to talk about the close. All right, so we're going to do the 5 steps of the close. Then we're coming back to your acronym. All right. Number 1 with the close. Let's say so you've created your meet, and we want to end the meet and go into our close. We need, again, another transition statement. Whenever I say summary or transition statement, we always use the title or a paraphrase of the title. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you turn your book into an audio book. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you save your freedom. That, ladies and gentlemen, are the 7 ways to organize. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you take from chaos to clean, go from chaos to clean. Whatever your title is, you paraphrase it just to let people know you're done. An old model, of course, is summary, where you tell them what you told them. You don't do that anymore. We don't have to do that. We've already gone through the 5 or 6 steps. Now just say we're done. Okay, that, ladies and gentlemen, is in essence what I promised you, is the 7 keys to a better life. Boom. It's one sentence. The next step is what I call it's Q&A, but it's not a Q&A. Yesterday, Anita talked about having a Q&A and all that. That's an old model as well. And we don't want to use it unless we're in our own room and we can control it. So instead of a Q&A, we want the audience to feel like they've been served. So we simply say, I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. So I'm going to be standing right here. Now that's if it's live. I'm going to be standing right here after the meeting. Come and see me and ask me anything you like. Now, if we're in the virtual world, obviously that script won't work. So we have to say this. If you've got any questions, I'm going to put my email in the chat. I want you to personally email me and I will personally answer your email. Now, what that does is twofold. One, it gives you their email address. It keeps it private. And now you can follow up with them at your leisure. It's still a hot lead. It's still a hot lead. But put your information in the chat. Always have your email address ready so you can put it in the chat immediately. That's just for this one step. For your close, you're going to have that ready as well. Or if you're using PowerPoint, maybe you have a slide that says, here's my email address. The next step is the big one, and this is the money-making piece and the lead generation, and that is the invitation or call to action. So we're going to go through this, and then you're going to write this out. So don't worry, I'm just teaching you how to do it. So the invitation, remember that other paper that we had yesterday, and we said the 5 invitations. The 5 invitations are these, right? These are the invitations. You all picked one. That's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing now. So I'll go through them and then you'll write this out. So if you're doing a business raffle, if it's a live stage, it's pretty easy. There's a script in the back of your book that you can use. It's a matter of having a free giveaway, like one of your books or something, a Starbucks card, giving it away, saying what the value is, collecting the business cards and picking a winner. Easy peasy. And like I said, the script is in the book. In the virtual world, it's more complex and takes a little more time because now you'd say, I have a free giveaway. But you can't use, if it's local, you can use something you're shipping. Just keep that in mind. You're going to have to ship it. If it's a live gift, if it's a real gift. Now, you might say, well, why don't I just give a gift that's a link for something for free? Well, you certainly can. But you're not going to get as many cards or as many email addresses to participate in the virtual world if it's just a free download. I've tested this, right? So you can always do a free download. I just want to be clear. But if you have something of real value, not a book, I'm not showing my book, but not a book. It has to be something that's worth like $250. Then you will get people's attention and they will send you their email, they'll sign up. So here's how it works. All you have to do to get it is to email me, arvee@arveerobinson.com. Now you have to talk a little bit. What we're doing is the raffle. Now you have to talk a little bit. And what I want you to do, and then after you talk a little bit, because it takes a few minutes for it to come in your email that you have on your phone, then you go like this, boom, 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 pick a winner. Okay, that's how you pick a winner. So people, you keep it honest. Just show them you're scrolling and then pick. A little more complex than just a raffle on the live stage. All right, but not impossible. But remember, it has to be a big product. It has to be worth a lot of money to get almost 90% of the room to sign up. Yes.
Arvee, does that mean, something like, could you give one of your services?
Mm.
Say, I'll give you an hour consultation, or
It doesn't work as well as if it's a no string attached. Everybody knows if it's a 3-hour consultation that you're going to try to sell them into a program. Now, you could give them a free workshop like John James did, right? A free workshop that's valued at $9.97. You could do that and have people sign up. Not the same as a raffle, but it's pretty darn close. It's something for everybody. But then the only ones that get it are the ones that sign up. But you can do that. Something electronic, but it's big. It's not just go and download my free checklist, right? That's $97. It's got to be so a lot of times I'll give my 3 days $1 million away. I'll give one VIP ticket. Yeah. So you could do that. But it's not a raffle if you just put it in there for everybody. You have to say, I'm going to, if you put the link in for everybody, it's not a free download. It's not a raffle. If you say, I'm going to do an event, blah, 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 let's pick, boom, okay, the winner is. That's a raffle. So what you're doing, the free giveaway that's for everybody, that's just a free giveaway to everybody. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
One's a raffle, one's a free giveaway. The raffle has one winner. The free giveaway has multiple winners. Right?
so actually you're better off getting.
If it's really expensive, like it's a $9.97 product, like Malcolm is giving away, well, he might only want to give one. But what John James was giving away with LinkedIn, it was only a 2-hour class, which he tried to close people into a $5,000 program. So of course he's going to give that away to everybody. He had 10 of my people were on there out of the 20. 10 came from my event.
Wow. I had an experience with that. The free thing, I got on there, and right in the beginning, I was so offended by the language that I didn't stay for the rest of the conference.
You were offended by whose language?
The language on well, they were talking about some people, just ignore them because they're, and then they listed, and one of the listings was a-hole. And the minute I saw that, I said, no, I don't want to deal with these people. I would never use that, never put it on a poster, never say the word. And maybe I'm old school. And somebody called me the next day and asked me, there was a survey, how did I enjoy the little session? And because I'm on LinkedIn, I haven't done anything on it. I want to change all of that. But anyway, I just told him just exactly what I told you. Now, maybe I missed something really good by doing that, but I just thought, see how words matter, how important a word is, because that one a-hole thing offended me more deeply than I actually realized. I just thought, this isn't the kind of people I can learn anything from.
Right. You have to be true to yourself, number one. And so, I mean, we've all been in situations like that. I don't like to go to events where people are using the F word and all of that, like as if it's a verb,
I've never seen that on one of those free sessions, though. I've never seen it, especially represented by a company like LinkedIn. These are people all over the world.
LinkedIn?
LinkedIn.
Oh, LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, be true to yourself, and you'll know. Yeah, you're not going to use that language. That's not you. And you did the right thing for you. Yeah. So don't worry about it. All right. So let's. Because that's going to happen. Like I said, I don't like when people use the F-bomb, drop the F-bomb, and on stage, and I don't buy from them either. Yeah, I told you that I was watching an event. I think I mentioned this yesterday. And at the third day, it was a 3-day event. It was a year ago now when this was all new. And my husband came in and said, who's been yelling for 3 days? And that was this person's style, to yell constantly. And then I went to another seminar and she was with a guy and they both were yelling. I lasted about 30 minutes and I just couldn't stand it. I felt like, so, it taught me be careful, but it also taught me, I don't have to hear this. I don't care what I missed. I'm not connecting. They're not my people.
Yeah. And some people, that's just their way. I know when I worked in Germany, the first 3 months, I thought everybody was angry with each other. I mean, they were talking so loud and writing in each other's faces. And I just quietly did my work. But I had a headache from it.
Yeah, I bet.
And I got used to it.
I bet you did. Okay, so let's continue. So if it's a strategy session that you're going to give, which some of you did, have the link ready and put the link in the chat, right? So if you would like a 30-minute strategy session with me, valued at $200, $300, whatever it is for you, I put my link in the chat. Because not everybody is going to sign up for a strategy session with you. You'll probably get a good, maybe 10%, maybe less. But if that's what you want, rather than the contact information for everybody, then do that. Same with on stage, same thing. Okay, or you could do a combo of 1 and 2, or a combo of 1 and 3, or a combo of 2 and 3. So let's say it was a combo of 1 and 2. I could be doing a free giveaway and a raffle, right? And after I pick the winner, I could say, you know what, Malcolm won this, workshop for $9.97. Let's give him a big hand. But you're all winners. So I want to give each of you a 30-minute strategy session. My link is in the chat. See? Pretty easy, right? If it was a live situation, when you said, everybody, I want to take out a business card, I want to collect the business cards, you could say, if you want a strategy session, put an S in the corner of the card. And now it's one step, right? You're collecting one business card, but now the ones with the S's, you're going to phone them and get a strategy session. It would be too much if you try to set a separate form or handed out your calendar link. No one's going to link on it later. They're going to lose the paper or all of that. One of the things I do for a live stage. What did I do it? Oh, well. That is wild. Okay, I'll have to look at, I moved it. They were always here down there and I moved it. So one of the things I do for a live situation, if I want to collect strategy session and more, I create a small half sheet of paper and I have boxes. One box if you want a strategy session, one box if you want to come to a free event, one box if you want to book me as the speaker, because you want to perpetuate your speaking engagement. So this will work on a live, right? And then I have them turn in the form to me. It's easier for a strategy session. You're in control of making the phone call, because if you just handed out your link in a live situation, they're going to do it later and they may never do it. It works in the virtual because you're putting a live link. You're not putting in a WW link. Everybody knows the difference between a live link and a not live link.
Yeah, but I don't know how to link to where.
Well, do you mean you don't have a calendar that they could sign up?
I just got one, I think with Square just recently. But I have a form similar to yours, and I also ask for referrals on it. And I have checkbook marks. I have check boxes where what they're interested in for organizing, plus time to call and where I met them.
Okay, so a live link, thank you. A live link, let me go back to. Okay, so a live link is one that has the HTTPS in front of it. Why can't I can't, wow. I'm hitting return and nothing is happening on my computer. That is bizarre. Huh, that is weird. I've never had that happen with the chat before. Okay, let me go to a new chat. That is weird. Huh. That is weird. I can't hit return on my chat. Oh, wait a minute. That is weird. My chat's not working. Huh. Interesting.
My computer froze before we left for lunch too. And then both of them automatically shut off. And it took me a while to get them up.
Somebody put something in the chat. Put a live link in the chat. Demonstrate a live link. So a live link is a link where you can click on it and go there immediately. Right. If you put www, no one can go there. So it doesn't do any good, because then what are you doing? Making them write it down, save the chat? They're never going to act unless they act right now.
But,
so go ahead.
What I'm wondering is,
there you go.
Where do you connect to the link? Like on OneDrive? I mean, that's my question.
Click on it. Click on the one Malcolm put in there right now.
Okay, let me get it up.
Just click on it. It's a live link.
Okay.
And you will go right to some of his tools. Tools Unite.
So is that on his website? That's what I'm having issues with.
Yeah.
Where do you put it to create the link so they can click on it? I'm clicking.
Well, it's a link like your website. It's already a live, it's already something.
Okay.
You don't make it up as you go. You pull it from something. If it's from your calendar, I copy and paste. Maybe that's a better answer, copy and paste. So, yeah, so this is a nice little tool. I have one called Wheel of Words, and it's pretty cool.
What is that?
Well, if you go to his link, you'll see it. It's a little game thing. It's a wheel, like a wheel of fortune. Okay. All right. I don't know what happened to my chat doesn't work. I cannot chat. Okay, let's continue. Now, the next one, which is, where's my paper? Okay, so that's the combo, right? Now, the Q&A close, I already told you what that is. If you have any questions, come and see me. If you have any questions, email me. But also, let's say you don't want to say, do you have any questions? You can always say, if I've inspired you in any way, because some people don't have questions, but maybe you've inspired them, or if I've moved you in any way, right? If I've touched your heart in any way, it all depends on your topic. Just let me know. I would love to know. And you can do that by emailing me, or because see, if they put it in the chat, you're not going to capture their email. And that's what you want to do, is capture their email. Okay. And, or you can sell something as the last one, which we're going to talk about as well when Malcolm gets back, because he's the one that's going to sell something. Okay, so those are the 5 closes or the 5 invitations. Got it? Good. All right, so we are going to wait for Malcolm, and then we are going to go to our template. There we go. All right, so Malcolm, you're going to be selling something, right? Okay, so now when you sell something, have you sold from the platform before? No? Okay, so I can't chat. So let me, I don't know why I can't chat. Let me turn on my little in Swan here. And go back to share. All right, So when we do our close from the stage, right? There's certain elements that you want to make sure that you have in there. All right, certain elements. All right, so you want to talk about your product name, what it is, right? Right? Product name, what are the key benefits? Right? Who is it for? Who is it for? Right? Any kind of location or dates, right? You know, if it's a workshop and there's a certain date, right? You want to talk about the investment, right? You want to talk about what they get to do after having it. Like, so again, some more benefits, but they're the benefits that they're going to get after having the class. So again, benefits again. Any testimonials you can sprinkle in there. You want to put a guarantee. And then you want to put a limit, limited to 5 people. And then you can put a discount and or drop the price. And truly give a discount. We don't want to like make something up. Like I really discounted this class. All right. And then after the discount, then it's the really, close or take action, right? So you've got to give them in the virtual world a link. If they're in the live world, you send them back to the back or hand out a form or whatever. So you get them to take some sort of action. So this is a mini formula on how you sell from the platform. Okay. So Malcolm, why don't you quickly write this in the chat for everybody? Just boom, 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 all these steps so that they can save the chat and have it. And then you'll have it as well for yours. But you have to go through it quickly in a short talk.
So I'm sorry, do you mean just write that list or write the list for
Write
me?
the list. No,
Okay,
write the list for everybody.
gotcha.
I can't
Cool.
chat. My chat is frozen and I don't know why. I didn't do anything to it.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No worries. I got it. I got you covered.
Thank you. Yeah,
Mhm.
you're my wingman. Yeah. I don't know if what happened to my keyboard. I think it's my keyboard. I had some, it's solar, and I had a bunch of pins and stuff on where it gets the light. So I think my whole keyboard is probably not working, but it's just temporary. It'll fix itself. I moved everything. Okay, let me know when you're complete with that because I can't see a thing either.
Arvee, would it be inappropriate for me to ask the emails or contact information with the other people here?
You most certainly can. You do have it because the last email I sent had everybody's on it.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll check that.
Yeah,
All right.
I accidentally did that. I don't usually, but I thought, small group. All right, so we
Got
got
it.
All right. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, beautiful. Now you have it. So what we're going to do now is you are going to go back to your sheet and you are going to write out just these 3 steps of the close right now. So you're going to go back to this. Remember this, our template, our fillable. Okay, and you're going to go to page. You're going to go to page 5, and you're going to start filling that in. Transition statement. What's the transition statement? Who can tell me?
It's a abbreviated version of your title.
Right, and we say something like that, ladies and gentlemen,
Mhm.
are the 7 ways you can, right. Now, also, Sherry, I wanted to say, that a-hole offended you.
Yeah.
One of the things that offends me is when young people say you guys, and I'm not a guy. So, I just really hate that. So make sure that, especially if you're speaking to an audience of women, my age and older, they don't like that slang. And none of us here are like that. But just if I hear myself say it because I hear it so much, I'll just go, all right, you guys and gals.
Yeah,
Right?
and people don't like girls either. A lot of women don't like to be called a girl.
No, ladies, you can be safe. Always ladies. What did I say? Ladies and gentlemen. Nobody can get offended being called ladies and gentlemen, right? So I just stick to the higher ground and do that. But again, if you mess up, I messed up and said you guys out of slang because I'm hearing it from other people. And I just go, oh, excuse me, ladies, or I'll say, and gals, to just make up for any mistake you might make. Because we're not perfect. We're all going to mess up at some point in time and accidentally say something that might offend somebody. So we don't want to. So we want to not apologize, but make it up. Fix it.
Yeah.
What
You
was
gotta be
that
able to
little phrase
fix it on your feet.
where you said thank ladies and gentlemen to segue?
Yeah. So the segue is that, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
are the 7 ways that you can turn chaos into clean. It's just to tie up the bow to let them know you're done with the content. So write that in there, real easy peasy. And then,
But my speech is not turning chaos into clean, so.
no, that was
would
for
make
Evelyn.
sense.
Yeah, that was for Evelyn. All right, funny guy.
Did you say we went back to page 5?
No, it's page 5 on the fill-ins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where you're filling it in, you're typing it on your computer. If you want to handwrite it, you can do that on page 32 in your manual. I recommend you write in the manuals, write on this, because guess what? You have the PDF, so you can reprint pages if you want it. But I'm telling you, what'll happen is you'll do this, you'll put this on your shelf, it'll come time for your talk, you'll pull it down and you'll want to see what you wrote, right? And if you don't fill it in, it'll be gone. Right? It'll be on some paper somewhere, some spiral notebook that you can't find. So try to get it in the book or in the computer. All right, so you're going to write down 9, 10, and 11. Step 9, 10, and 11 right now.
Hey, Arvee,
Yes.
got a question for you.
Okay.
What's the difference between step 9 and step 7?
Step 7. Let me look. Okay, good question. Step 7 is, here's what I'm going to tell you. Step 9 is, I've told you.
Oh, gotcha. I see.
Yeah. So you're going to share that in step 7 that you're going to use an acronym if you're using an acronym also.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to share with you the 7 ways that you can turn chaos into clean. And we're going to do that by using the acronym CLEAN. So we're going to start with the N or wherever you're starting. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. All right, I turned my keyboard off and on, and now it works. Whew.
I'm sorry, now are we doing another acronym? Using clean?
No, no, no. I was given examples, and that
Oh.
example was for Evelyn, because I can remember her title of her talk.
Oh, okay.
Sherry, what is your title again? Refresh my memory.
Let me see if I can remember. How to speak up, how to speak up through your, oh, shoot, where is it? Through your Audible book. How to speak up through your Audible book.
That's why if you put them all right here, it's all saved in one place.
I know, I got it.
Okay.
It's just-
How to speak,
I need my labels, that's what I need.
how to speak your Audible, how to speak. Okay,
How to
just
speak up, yeah.
how to speak up. And well, I don't think it's something like that, but you'll have to go back and look at your sheet, must find it. But the example would be that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
is
here it is. How to speak up with your audio book.
Okay,
How to speak up.
okay. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you speak up with your audio book. So I'm just giving, I was just giving an example. Don't write what I said for Evelyn, write fill in the blank with your title.
No, I understand.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't want to confuse anybody. All right, and then go ahead and write down the script that I gave you for the, if you have any, I know you have some questions and I want to answer them. So just, if you have any questions, my email's in the chat. Just send me your questions and I'll answer them privately. If it's a live event, come and see me after the meeting. I'm going to be standing right here. And let me see, I believe those are in the appendix. Okay, so page 53 and 54 is for collecting the business cards and free strategy, but these are for live. These are live examples.
In general, Arvee, do you think we will be doing more live or more Zoom speaking?
I think it's going to be 50-50. Yeah, for all of us. Because people are hungry for the lives. Boy, I've done four live events already since we've opened up. I mean, like one a week. And I'm going to speak live on Tuesday. So people are just hungry for live.
Well, I think.
And
I think
Arvee,
will
are
always be
the
better.
Yes, Malcolm?
lives that you're going to, are they also simultaneously streamed?
No.
Some places do that.
No, and some organizations do, but these are like at restaurants, which will be just too much to set up.
Mhm.
And then I'm in another group that Evelyn's in with me, but she has not gone for a long time, which is a Christian group, and we are on Zoom. However, people are starting to be live, and they told us either we could be on Zoom or we could be live, but we can't do a combination because it ruins the experience for both people, right? I mean, you can't have a real in-person experience if you're worrying about if someone can see on the computer or on the screen, and it ruins it for the live people. And at the same time, it's not effective for them because now we're talking live and they can't either hear or they can't see it. And so they've just told us, the powers that be just said it's either or. So, so that's your answer. I think people that do live 3-day events can do that. But even me, when I do my live 3-day event, I won't do live stream because it's too expensive. It's already costing me a ton of money for the hotel and the food and the AV guy and this and that. But to add that component on, and some people don't want to add it because they want you to be there. So here I've been going to 9:00 mass for a year and a half, right? Well, 3 weeks ago, they started meeting live. There's no recorded live stream 9:00 mass. And I saw the priest in a restaurant recently, and I said, what happened to the 9:00 mass? He said, well, we want people to come to church physically. So we stopped it. So I have to watch a 4:00 at 9:00 in the morning, the 4:00 mass, and it's recorded and it's not live anymore. So people are, doing crazy things. So the easy answer, no.
Would it be possible, or is this even a very good idea, to probably do both, but not at the same time?
Yeah.
You have the same basic speech for your live as you do a Zoom one, except it just makes you repeating the same thing twice.
That's a good solution, but I doubt if anybody will do it that way.
Well, the benefit of the Zoom is that, I mean, you can get people from all over the world. Whereas when you're talking in person, like me, for instance, it's a big deal for me to come to California and get a place, and there, for say a one day meeting or something.
I agree.
So, and you need to get your clients. Can you get more? Of course, being in California, you have a really large pool of possibilities there. A place like New Mexico, you don't.
Right.
I mean, I'm in Albuquerque, the biggest city in the state, and it's less than 2 million people.
Wow.
It's less than 1 million people, actually.
Yeah.
The whole state's 2.
So let's make sure that we've got time to make sure we're writing all 3 of those things, Sherry. I don't know if you're caught up yet or not.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Okay, good. So is everybody caught up, or do you need more time?
It's a bit more.
Oh,
A few more minutes?
yeah.
I'm almost done.
All right, so let's let everybody do their work. And when you're done, turn to me and wave or something so I know you're done.
We just now talked about 9 and 10. So are we going to 11 or are we?
Yeah,
supposed to
yeah,
go
we're doing 9, 10, and 11.
And 11. Okay.
And 11, yeah. That's the invitation that we talked about.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be perfect. We will make it perfect together. All right, you all should be done. It's only 3 little tasks. Okay, so let's continue. We got 2 more steps and then we're going to put it all together and you're going to say it. And then we're going to put everything together. All right, ready? Okay, so the next 2 steps, and literally this should only take you 60 seconds to do. Number 12, audience appreciation. Now, we're not going to thank our audience because the minute we say the words thank you, everybody's like a trained seal and they're going to clap and you still have one more step. So instead, you're going to just say after the invitation, I appreciate your time and energy here today. Thank you, or not thank you, but I appreciate you being here. And then your memorable statement. Mine is, remember, if you can't say it, you can't sell it. Evelyn's is, if you can't find it in 30 seconds, it's in the wrong place. So one of the things that we need to create right now, because the appreciation, you've got that, is your memorable statement. Evelyn already has one, but most of you don't. So it's the last words that you want to share with your audience. They should not be about you. They should be about the audience, right? You want to leave them with like your last command or your last statement of declaration. And I always like to add a remember just to create that pause again. So I say, remember, if you can't say it, you can't sell it. Remember, if you can't find it in 30 seconds, it's in the wrong place. So now what I want you to do is to develop that statement. Now, if you get lost, go and look at your title again. Remember, freedom is a choice. Or remember, you have to work for freedom. Remember, freedom depends on you. You know, all that, right? Just make it up. Remember, you can be, well, you changed your title, Malcolm. What was it again? What's the new one?
Scrolling up.
And Sherry could say, remember.
Three big, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was just going to fill in the blanks while you were looking, but go ahead.
3 big secrets to becoming a celebrated speaker.
I love that, celebrated. I love that. It's a different term. Okay, so remember, you too can be celebrated, right? Something like that. Remember, you too. Or remember, speak up and let's celebrate you. All kinds of different things that you could do with that. Whatever the last thing you want to share with them. Doesn't have to coincide with your title, but remember, it's like bookends. So the attention grabber is one bookend, and this is the next. It's a bookend. It just has to do with your topic. Okay, so let's create that now because that's a lot of fun. So you're going to add those 2 little things. If you have any questions, I'm right here. Just holler. I think Evelyn's frozen. Oh, no. Okay. Yes, Sherry.
I'm done.
Oh, good. All right. Anita, are you done? We haven't heard from you in a few minutes. Done? Okay. So this time we're going to put it all together, but I just want to hear your memorable statements right now. So Sherry, what is your memorable statement?
Remember, you can speak up through your audio book. Let's do it.
Okay, good. Malcolm.
Remember, oh no, I don't. or like remember there.
And you don't have to say remember, that's just a suggestion to get people to stop and listen. But if you can,
Come back to me.
okay. Anita, what is your memorable statement? Anita, you're muted. What is your memorable statement?
Remember, freedom doesn't happen accidentally. It's the result of being an engaged activist. If it is to be, it is up to not just me, it is up to us.
Okay, that's a little long. Could you shorten it to, I like the first part, and then can you, maybe say it's up to us? Freedom comes with a price, it's up to us, or something.
Freedom doesn't happen accidentally. If it is to be, it is up to us.
That's it. Yes, that's it. Bravo. That's it, Anita. Great. All right.
Okay.
We know what Evelyn's is, but go ahead, Evelyn.
Oh, remember, if you can't find it in 30 seconds, it's in the wrong place.
Yes. All right. Malcolm.
If they don't remember you, you can't be celebrated.
Ooh, nice. Good. Very good. All right. So now let's go back up to the top. We're going to do number 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 all together. We're putting the whole close together. Then what we'll do is we'll talk a little bit about the meat, and then we're going to put the whole thing together. And we've got plenty of time, so it's all good. All of you are going to do the whole, not the whole 30-minute speech because we don't have time for that, but I'll tell you how we're going to do it. So right now, let's do 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. All right, which is our close. So we're getting out of the meat, going into the close. So who would like to go first? And this should be no more. Okay, Sherry, you like to go first. You like
I
to.
just like to
get
get
all the
rid of
coach.
her. I don't like to suffer.
Oh, it's not suffering.
I know, but I get so anxious, so that's why I'd rather go first.
Anxious is good. We're going to use that. Okay, let me get my paper ready. I'm ready. Sherry.
Okay. This is a transition. And now you know how you can speak up with your book. I know you may have some questions, and I want you to be sure and I've got it trailed off. I'm sorry. I know you may have some questions, and I want to answer them. Please know that I will be here waiting for you and for your questions on this spot. And that's if it's it's not virtual. And the other one is, I want to answer your questions. So please email me to my email, to my website or put it in the chat, and I will address you privately. To sign up for a free discovery or consultation, a 30-minute, $200 value item, please email me or go to website. You may also participate in our annual raffle of our 3-day hands-on workshop. That's a $2,500 value. It includes lodging, meals, and materials and books. Only one winner will be awarded. I really appreciate your being here and would like to show that appreciation. So please remember that you can speak up with your audio book. So let's do it.
Beautiful. Well done. Well done. Okay, the only thing we might need to fix a little bit is the close, the invitation, because we have the Q&A, which is a separate step, and then we have the invitation. And I know I have combo here, but it's a little harder to do a raffle and a 30-minute consultation, and unless we're doing it as one move where I said it's live and we're saying put an S. So I got a little confused. So let's do that over again. Plus, you're saying something like a 30-minute consultation, go to my website. Nobody's going to go to your website, right? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, no one cares about your website. Think of the last website you were on that wasn't Amazon, Macy's, or something you were buying something from, but a person, right? They don't go there anymore. You got to send them a link to your calendar if you want to do a strategy session. If you want them to go to your website where they'll get the strategy, you got to put that link in there. Okay? Or if you're doing live, you don't send them away. You instead say, put an S in the corner of the card, and then you do the work. Because they're not going to do it. Right? If you send people to www, it's like going www to Nowhereville, because they're never going to write it down or go there. So don't even set yourself up. Instead, if it's a live event, if you want a strategy session, put an S in the corner of the card. And you're putting the card in for the raffle. It's done as one move. Otherwise, it's too much. If you're doing it as a virtual, right, then it doesn't do the raffle first. And then you have to say something like, but you're all winners. This is one winner, but you're all winners. I'm putting my link in the chat. Sign up for your own 30-minute session with me. And boom, it's like one move. It's like really quick.
And I do think that I was a little stiff on that number 11. It needed to be more personal and more heartfelt. Yes, I really do appreciate, and I want you to, I'm offering this to show.
Well, the appreciation comes after the invitation.
Right. I
you,
use a
Sherry,
different word, but let them know that I'm glad that they're there.
But here's what I want to say to you for what you are selling. It is better for you to get a strategy session from people than try to sell a work or give a workshop away. That does not help you to collect a bunch of business cards or to get a bunch of email addresses, because they may not have a book. What you're interested in is people with a book that are interested in putting it on Audible. Those are the people that you want, because now that's a fast path to cash. The people come on, they do a strategy session, you close them. People come on, do a strategy session, you close them because they're ready. But a bunch of email addresses is not going to serve you.
Okay.
So forget the raffle. Remember, we always have to be intentional. What is it that you want? Now, if you know at some point I'm going to do a workshop and I want people to come to my workshop, then I need to build my list. But right now, honey, you need to build your coaching program. You need to get money coming in. Forget building the list and putting on a workshop. You're not ready. Get the money, get the money, get the.
So basically all that I want to offer is my free consultation.
Yes. So you could say something like this. If you have an audio book inside of you waiting to get out, I want to help you. Sign up for a free consultation and we'll talk about what you need to get done and how to get it done. And boom.
That's perfect.
Yeah. And then you could talk about it, whether or not they should do it themselves or you do it. And of course, you're going to steer them away from doing it themselves because it's too much work. It's going to take too long.
Often, it's just like whenever I have script consultations with people, screenwriters, I don't want them to waste their money. If it really isn't worth my time, like I charge $100 for a consultation. If I actually, I'm sorry, my word left me. It's like anyway, critique their work, and I don't think that it's very good. And why waste their money paying me $750 to analyze the thing and go through 16 pages of comment? I'll say, $100.
I agree.
I think the same way about doing these books, not not because of the content like I do with the screenplay.
No,
But
but first of all, okay, a strategy session here is free. You're not charging. It's only 30 minutes and you're seeing if there's an opportunity. If your next step before they pay you the big bucks to do the whole Audible is for you to look at their book and you want to charge them to even look at the book and see about the project, that's the next step and that's what you close for. But this step is a non-paid, let's see if there's business for both of you.
perfect.
They might come to the call and go, I don't really have a book. Can I just speak on Audible? And you're going to go, no, next. Right? You should within 15 minutes of a call like that know if it's a doable, proceedable project by asking the right questions.
Yes.
First of all, what is your book? What's the name of your book? How long has it been in print? Yada, yada, yada. It might be too technical of a book that you don't want to do. Yeah. But
You got it. You got it.
yeah. Okay, good. Very good. So we're going to come back to you. I want you to do one close on that. All right, let's go to Malcolm.
Okay.
5 step.
So that, y'all, is how you become a celebrated speaker. So now, if you have any questions, I want to give you answers.
Good.
So here's my contact information. However, I give that out. And then what I really want to do, well, see, now I didn't write this out because there's not really enough space here for, to have my product name, the benefits of everything, who I'm after, and the location.
Not who you're after, who it's for.
Right.
So you want to say who it's for, so they will go, that's me. So who is it for? It's for aspiring speakers and advanced speakers. It's for anybody who wants to speak. Boom. Right?
Right.
I mean, it's that fast.
Okay. So, but in the invitation, when I'm selling this, I'm actually going through this word by word. I'm not just naming, I'm not just going down the list that you provided, right?
Well, you're doing everything on the list. So what I would say is okay, so if you have any questions, I want you to come and see me after the meeting. I'm going to be right here. Now, I have a question for you. How many of you would like to be a better speaker than you already are right now? Excellent. Great. Would it be okay if I shared a program where you could be a better speaker? Yes. Great. Well, the name of my program is called Speak Up, Get Clients. It's just a one-day all immersion program. And the benefits of you coming would be you're going to learn how to speak up and get clients, how to generate leads, how to make more money than you ever dreamed possible. Who is it for? Well, it's for authors, speakers, consultants, business owners, anybody who wants to get up and speak. It happens to be on Zoom right now, so it's easy. You don't have to jump on a plane and come. It's just a one day located on Zoom, and it is July 26th from 9 o'clock to 7 o'clock at night. It is a $997 program. And when you finish the program, you will walk out of there with concrete information on how you can speak up and get your own clients. I guarantee it will help you. If it doesn't help you, you can have full refund, no questions asked. However, I do have to mention it is limited to only 10 people because that's all I want to make sure I dive deep with each individual. But today, because you're here and you've been here all day with me, I want to give you a discount of $500. So the workshop is only $497 if you sign up in the next 15 minutes. All you have to do is go to this link and it's in the chat. So go now, go in the chat. You've got 15 minutes and I will see you on July 26th at 9 o'clock.
Awesome. Awesome.
So
But
it's not as complicated as it might look.
no, it's not. But did you want us to actually write that out? Because
Yeah.
the space that you gave, was not nearly enough for me to put that. So I didn't write it out. I did what you asked us to do for the meet. I just said, this is what's going to be in my invitation.
That's perfect. See, most of the time, Malcolm, in these classes, people don't sell yet because most of the time they're not already experienced speakers like yourself. So they're just learning how to speak. So they're not ready to sell from the platform yet. But because you've been on the platform so often, you're ready. So I said, yeah, go ahead. So that's why I didn't have enough space in there, but
Gotcha.
I will correct that anyway, just for people like you that come that are ready.
Okay.
Okay. So, or do it on a separate piece of paper, but
I'm honored that you chose this time to spend with me.
Okay.
If they don't remember you, you can't be celebrated.
Right on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Do you think you can run through this or do you need to type it out a little bit more?
I can run through it, but okay.
You think you can? Otherwise,
Yeah, I can run. I can. Oh, are you talking to me or?
I am talking to you. I'm saying if you're ready, we'll go now. Otherwise, we'll go do somebody else and come back.
Oh, I can.
Okay,
can.
go.
Yeah.
Go. Good.
Definitely. So that, folks, is how you become a celebrated speaker. If you have any questions, I would love to answer them. So I'm going to be right over here. You just come right up to me after our talk. So here's my invitation that I'm giving you with my product name and my benefits and the target audience and the location and the investment. But if you act today, you can do this. And here's what I'm guaranteeing, but I'm limiting it only to 10 students. So you really need to act today. So once again, I'm going to drop the price from this $2,000 program. I'm going to drop it down today only to $497. That's right. I said that. I know I'm crazy. $497. So in the chat, all you need to do is click the link in the chat. Thank you. I'm so honored that you chose to spend this time with me today. And I just want to leave you with this last thought. If they don't remember you, you can't be celebrated.
All right. Beautiful. Now, next time, make sure you're tell us what the product name is.
Okay, I wasn't doing that, but yeah, I know
Yeah, this is for
Okay.
you, a guideline to say, okay, like I said, my workshop is Speak Up, Get Clients,
right,
right?
gotcha.
And the
Yeah.
benefit is they're going to learn how to generate leads and get more prospects. And it is for any business owner, entrepreneur, anybody who wants to get more clients, right? So you don't have to say the title of what it is. You just go into each thing. So you'll be able to write that out now, and then we'll do it again. All right, let's go to Evelyn. Oh, yes, Sherry.
I'm so sorry, Arvee, but I got involved in listening to Malcolm, and now I'm totally off key on what you said. Now, will we be able to get the recording like going on YouTube, and because I don't want you to repeat all that again, but it was so perfect. And I'm sorry that I can't remember it. My mind went sailing off to Malcolm. So I'll just check with the recording and get it.
Well, for you, you're just going to do your 30-minute, whatever you're calling it, strategy session. So that's your coaching for your close. So just
Right.
that. All right, Evelyn,
Oh, brother. Okay.
step 9 through 13.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how I'm going to show you how to clean up your clutter. I want to thank everyone for your time and energy today, and hope that you gained some tips for getting organized and found it informative and worthwhile. I know you have a lot of questions, and I want to answer them. So if you're inspired in any way or interested in my coaching Steps to Success program on how to be better organized, I'll be right here in the back of the room to answer any questions, along with sign-up sheets to schedule a free discovery 30-minute session worth $150. My program is limited to 10 students. Are you ready to get organized? And remember, if you can't find it in 30 seconds, it's in the wrong place.
Beautiful. What about the appreciation?
I thought I said that, or did I take it out? Thank you.
I just heard if you're ready, you know.
All right, I'll put the word appreciation in there. I thought I had it in there. Let's take it
I
out.
didn't hear any appreciation.
No, I'm sure you didn't. I said I took.
Yeah,
took
but
out.
that's it. You just add something, but very good. Very good. Excellent. Good job. You made it sound exciting.
Okay.
You know, are you ready for my success organize, whatever you're saying? It's like, yeah, I'm ready. Good job. All right, Anita, are you ready? Talking about getting ready. You're muted. Are you ready? There.
Okay. So at the end of my speech, I would say, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you become an activist to defend our freedoms. I really appreciate your time here. If you have any questions, I'll be available afterwards. Please ask them then. And if we're online, I would ask that you send me an email. To learn about these steps on defending our freedom, please join me on a short webinar on July 21st at 10 a.m. to understand greater details on how you can basically get up to speed, and then you can join my weekly mastermind calls every Wednesday. Because freedom does not happen accidentally. If it is to be, it is up to us. Now that's the end of my words. My question to you, Arvee, is for people to be involved as an activist defending our freedom, they first need to either I need to have something in place that is a do-it-yourself learning, kind of like learning how to ride a bike until once you take the training wheels off, then you're up to speed and you can join my weekly conference calls. But I can't have a training every week on my own. So I'm wondering, how should I structure it, and what should I offer when they need to take the basic training to be an activist before they can join and be up to speed with my weekly conference calls?
Okay, good question. I believe that there's an element, a piece missing. So I would recommend that there's an informational piece, like a recorded call or recorded webinar, where you get them excited about joining, and you tell them all why they need to join and be an activist and get the training. You're going right from a 30-minute speech to get the training. And I'm like, well, whoa, wait a minute. I don't even know if I want it yet. So what you could do in your speeches is just send them to either you do it, a webinar where they learn the benefits of becoming an activist, or the reasons why they should become an activist or whatever, and then send them to the training from that call, not from your general speech. See, most of the time you're going to be in your room with conservatives, but a lot of times you may not be.
Right. It's reaching the same, it's becoming the same situation as you just mentioned. People want to have that face-to-face contact. I'm going to networking meetings almost every night. And people are asking me, like the one that I went to last night, they're asking me, so what's your speech about on Monday night? I said, well, that's just an update on what we're already doing, but I am taking training this weekend on how to go out and start speaking to groups in person as well as online. And the other thing is, I was going to be shy about telling people what my speech is just, it's just kind of, it's sort of kind of, if I was going to beat around the bush.
Oh,
And I'm realizing I need to get real clear that if I'm coming to speak to their group in person or online, it's a sales information kind of speech where they sign up to take the tutorial. And the tutorial could include maybe 2 group coaching calls once a month. And then people can hop on and then they can ride their bikes, but they have to get rid of the training wheels first. The training
Right.
wheels are, say, 1 or 2 tutorials where they learn what we're doing and they kind of practice getting in the groove. So they're up to speed and they can join the marathon, the faster pace that we're at on my weekly calls. What do you think?
okay. Well, if you think that they're ready for that, I was suggesting one more step before the training wheels, like to see if they even want to get on the bike. But if you think that they are ready just to get on the bike with the training wheels, then go for that. Is that free? Is that a free training?
I don't know if it should be a free training. Right now, I'm doing all this. I've been doing a lot free, too much. My
Right.
friends that know my situation, I can get by on what I'm living on my Social Security and pension, but I don't have as much as I need to have in retirement. So I need and want to start charging for it, monetizing it. I just don't know at what point can I monetize, maybe take the training for $97.
Well,
The
if you're trying to sell them on, like becoming involved, then it might be harder if they have to pay. But what if they paid to actually be part of the organization and get your weekly mastermind? Maybe that's the point where they should pay.
That's what I'm thinking. I think I'm going to bring what I'm doing now, the free thing, to an
Yeah.
end by the end of August. And then as of September, what I'll be replacing it with is a full blown, not just how to be an activist. That's just this area of my life, but I could teach a simple program on making wise choices in personal care, work, relationships, community, and humanity. So if I expand this and offer this, like say in September, that's justifiably a fee-based program. And it could be a membership program where I cover different topics each month.
Very well. Yes, it could be. Yes, it could be.
Okay,
We
that's a
can talk-
separate topic
Yeah,
to
we'll talk
determine
more about
that. But for this, it sounds like what you said, I need to mention the benefits more, right?
Well,
That-
yeah, you have to decide if you're going to bring them right into the training program, then yes. What are the benefits of coming in? Why should they spend their time coming into the training program?
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll break that out.
But a couple
mean,
things, a couple notes. I didn't hear your appreciation either.
I did say it. And by
Okay.
the way, I don't mean to, how shall I say, dispute anybody, but Evelyn did also say she appreciates it. But both of us, we said it after the transition statement. We actually did the appreciation number 12 between 9 and 10.
Oh, well, then that doesn't count. Sorry, wrong place. If you can't find it 30 seconds, it's in the wrong place. I couldn't find it. You want to do it right before you end. And really, when I say appreciation, it's not a quick flippant thing. It's like what Sherry was saying, something from the heart. I really appreciate you being here today. And I really appreciate you listening, you being here, you participating. I really appreciate it. So something a little more deep too. So it's not just so fast that they don't feel
Put
it.
my hands on my heart. I just made note, put my hands on my heart when I say I really appreciate that. But you're saying, so it's like a package that the last thing that I do is say, I really appreciate you being here. And now in closing, or Should I say this
Oh,
is
you
not?
don't even have to say the word closing. I appreciate you for being here.
And I'll leave-
Remember,
And I'll leave you with this thought. Freedom doesn't happen accidentally.
say
If
that.
it is to be, it is up to us.
Yes, you can say, I'll leave you with this last thought. That's fine. Absolutely.
Just don't say in closing.
Just don't say in closing or conclusion. That's an old model. Yeah. And
I'll
this is
leave you with this last thought. Okay, got it.
new speech. Yeah. But my last thought, that's powerful because now,
Anything else?
yeah, they're listening. So very good. Okay. Now we're coming back around. Now Evelyn did hers. We're coming back around for Sherry and for Malcolm. That's all I have for you. You did a great job.
Okay.
And yeah, you did a great job.
So which ones are we, the first two are repeating?
Yeah, because they didn't do as good a job with the order. That's the benefit of going last, instead of first. So Sherry, go ahead.
Well, I didn't change it because I liked what you said on that change. And like I said, I was listening to Malcolm and I
Well, let's try it anyway, because I'm no guarantee I can get this thing up
okay,
after this call. It's a lot of work.
yeah,
So
let
tell
me get
me,
back on my page here. Okay, you want to do the whole thing?
No, just
the one.
9 to 13.
Uh,
9 to
But
13.
the one I changed is step 11, but you want me to do 9 through 13?
I want you to do 9 through 13. They go together. It's the piece of bread. Yeah.
Okay. Number 9. And now you know how to speak up, how you speak up with your audiobook. I know you may have some questions. I would love to answer those questions. So please know that I will be here at the end of this session and I will be available to you. In the case of a virtual one, I will say my email is in the chat. And if you have a question, please send that to me. Or I also have my phone number. It's a private number that you're welcome to call. And if I'm not there to answer it, my assistant will be, and forward your questions on. And I will handle each one of them privately and confidentially. I am offering and inviting you for a free strategy consultation, and it's a $200 value. But I would very much like to know what you have what kind of book you have. If you would like to take advantage of this conversation, I would love to do that and help you in any way that I can. I want you to know that I really appreciate your coming here, the energy that you put out and the listening, the participation that you've given to me. I certainly do appreciate it. And remember that you can speak up with your audiobook. So let's go do it.
Good. All right. Good. So when we're doing this speech and the next time, pick one of those. I'm glad you wrote out the close for virtual and the close for live. But I want you, when you say this speech, do one or the other so that it can flow. Otherwise, it's not flowing for you or us. So just pick one or the other. One close, whether it's virtual or we don't care, but think of your speech. Am I speaking it aloud or am I speaking it on a virtual stage? And that's the one we want to do the next time. Okay?
Okay.
Good. All right. So Malcolm, did you want to let's just do the invitation real quick for you because you skipped the name of the product and stuff. So let's just do that one piece for you.
All right. So I'd like to invite you to take part in my course that's called Stand Up, Speak Up and Speak Out and Stand Out. Speak Out and Stand Out. And what it's excuse me, rewind.
Okay, start over.
I'd like to invite you to take part in my 6-week course, which is called Stand Out and Speak Out. And in 6 weeks, what I'd like to do is find your message, craft your message, and show you and give you tools on how you can be more celebrated speaker. The talk itself is for any public speaker who wants to be better at what they do. Right now, my course is online on Zoom. It's 6 weeks. I'll have all that information in the chat for you. Now, the course itself it's at a value of $2,000, because not only am I spending 6 weeks, an hour a day with the group, 6 weeks, but I'm also offering everybody a one-on-one consultation with me. And not only that, I'm guaranteeing people a stage at the end of the 6 weeks that they can speak on. And I'm giving people a public speaking networking group where you could practice your speeches amongst other public speakers. So all of this is what I'm giving to you. And I'm only limiting this. I'm limiting this to 10 people per class, okay? So I'd really like you to act as soon as possible. As I said, it's a $2,000 class. That's the value. But today, what I'm going to do is I would love to offer it to you for only $497. So I have all that information in the chat. Please go on the chat, click yes, I want to sign up, and get your $497 package.
Beautiful, beautiful. Right, save $500 today by taking action. Good job. Okay, so now we're going to put this all together, because what we are on our list is we just finished this. So we've done all of this in the last couple of days, all of that. So what we're going to do, I'm going to come back to the meat. Now, when I talked to some of you that came in, we talked about your acronyms. So I talked to Sherry, but some of you I didn't. So I'm going to let you, again, you don't have to have an acronym. It could be 1, 2, 3. I just need to know, what are you using? All right. So Sherry, you're going to pick one of those, Sherry.
Well, you suggested the one.
Yeah. So you're going to do audio.
I'm going to do audio.
All right. So when we do this next exercise, all of you, this is for all of you. You're all going to tell me your acronym now, but so I know the transition. When we're doing the final presentation. Now, we don't have time, unless we want to stay here till midnight, to go through the whole thing. And at the same time, you're still formulating what you're going to say. Okay? What you're going to say, the stories or testimonials that you're going to do, etc. So now, Anita started this on her own, and I said she was ahead, and this is exactly what you're going to do. All right? You can do it now, or you could do it when you get home, but this is the ultimate outcome. I'm sharing my screen again. All right. So now you all have your acronym or your 1, 2, 3. Now you're going to, on your own, you're going to develop what the A is. So like, for instance, Sherry, tell us what your A is.
Oh. I've got so many on here. A, approach fearlessly.
Okay, so approach fearlessly is what she's going to be talking about. All right. Now, she's going to say what each of those, I mean, not ahead of time, but I mean, she's going to, on her own, she's going to write out what each of these are, right? That's the first step. The second step is to write out how you're going to support the points. And you don't need to support every single one of them, but maybe every other. So what I'm saying is this. So fearless, what is your you?
But my you is understand the author's goal, or understand your goal.
Okay. All right. So we'll just put that just for an anchor. All right. So now she goes through the list and she decides where she's going to support them using a story. So let's say fearless. She has a story about when she was fearless, and it could be a story about you. Story when you were fearless, when you did some voiceover role. Again, all roads lead to Rome. You're not selling your film industry business. You're selling your voice right now. So there might be a time, approach fearlessness. Well, there was a time when, I was doing a voiceover project and blah, blah, blah. I had to do the voice of a monkey and I was, whatever, so you did whatever you had to do, research or whatever. So now you go, okay, I'm going to tell the monkey story. And you put monkey, right? And circle it. That reminds you when you're going through rehearsal that you're going to tell that story without, because you know the story, you know your stuff. You don't have to write it out. Okay?
Right.
Now, next story. Maybe there's a, what does the D stand for?
The D sounds for design an individual plan.
Design a plan. Okay. So design a plan. Now, instead of a story, maybe there, I'm going to put in something different. I'm going to put in, I can't find my green pen, but let's say I'm going to put in something different, like an example. Maybe this one's an example of something. So what you want are trigger words so that you, when you're going through the rehearsal process, you know what stories to sell and examples. Or maybe it's a meditation on one of these, not for you, but maybe it's a meditation for one. So whatever you're going to, and Anita, you did this brilliantly this morning. You told me you did, right? So I want you to share what you did this morning, but it's only so you don't forget. So you didn't get so caught up in designing a plan that you forget the example or the story. That's all it is. So this is your next step. When you, tonight, again, please don't write this out or you'll become a prisoner of your own words. Just outline. Now, I know you know what you're going to say, Sherry, about approach fearlessness. It's all roads lead to Rome. So if I was to do this, I'd, again, you're trying to get them to hire you for the voiceover.
Yes.
Right? So how would you say that and say approach fearless?
My intention is for them to feel, don't be timid to what you're wanting to do, go for it. I'm here to help you, of course, and somewhere in my speech that will apply. Whatever you have, it's worthwhile. So don't be timid about it.
So your message book. So your message or your book, approach fearlessly and get it. Don't be afraid to get it out in the world.
Exactly.
Right? Because you don't want them to not be afraid to say it on Audible because you're losing an opportunity.
Right.
So you have to make sure you're gearing everything to lead back to you.
Right.
Okay. All right. So all of your homeworks are going to be to write out your steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or your acronym, write it out like this and think about stories. This will take about 15 minutes or so for you to really think about, what do I want to share? Then you just start talking about it out loud. You're going to fumble, you're going to mumble, but you're going to eventually develop content that you love. You're going to go, that's it, right? But you have to hear yourself. If you write it, writing is so different than reading, or sorry, so different than speaking. We write out more eloquently. Writing is just different. Please do not write it out. You'll become a prisoner and you will never be able to be speaking live, because live you don't read. You can get by with reading and on Zoom, but you can't get away with it live. All right. So everybody understand the assignment?
Yes.
Excellent. Now we're going to go through. There's a few of you that I don't know what you're doing as far as your steps. I know what Sherry's doing. So Malcolm, what are we doing? Are you doing an acronym? Are you doing 1, 2, 3? And if so, what is
I've got an acronym.
what is the acronym?
Well, it depends it depends on when I write out, when I work on my meat, it depends on how long it's going to be.
Well, we're developing a
But-
30-minute speech. So make it for 30 minutes.
Right, exactly. And so it depends on when I speak out these topics, how long it takes. But if I can do just 3, then it's Pat. And if I have 10,
What is it called?
Pat, P-A-T. And if I have 5, it's naked.
Okay, but what does that have to do with becoming a professional speaker?
Pat stands for passion, accessible, tell stories.
Yeah, but the word Pat does not do anything.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
So you're better off to find one that's called speak
Uh-huh,
or talk.
naked.
Okay. Okay, what is naked?
Natural, accessible, know your audience, expressive, disclose your stories.
Okay. You could probably swing that. All right. Okay, so let's use that one then for today. That'll work for 30 minutes.
So is there a 3-letter word that you can think of, anybody?
Yeah,
Right,
why
you
don't you just change it to tap?
Okay, well, yes, and I'd also like to have the 3 points just in case.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Malcolm, is change it instead of Pat, make it tap. You can say, let's
Tap.
tap into your speaking genius.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You know, and then you could start with the passion down here if you want to,
Uh-huh,
and go
okay.
up and go up.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I see. Okay.
Pat, like what? Let's pat yourself on the back. I mean, it just didn't coincide very well. We can usually make anything work, but tap would be better. Let's tap into your inner speaker.
Gotcha. I see. I
Yeah.
see. All right. I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
How about ACT?
Thank you.
ACT.
ACT, but
Yeah.
it's not the same letters. He wants passion.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Well, it could be act 2, but but I mean, I thought of that, but then what does that have to do with speaking?
Yeah.
You're acting.
Yeah, you are acting.
No, you're not acting.
Not really, not
You're
really,
absolutely not acting.
not at all.
There's
I
a
agree.
big difference.
Well, it's, yeah, I
You're
mean,
being
I agree
expressive.
with that. I
Now,
just
you might
mean
be
that
doing
you-
a performance, but
Yeah.
you're not acting. You are
Exactly,
yourself
exactly.
as the speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Malcolm. Okay, so let's just go with the tap and or the naked. Okay,
Cool. I see. All right, great. I like it.
I
Thanks.
do too. All right, Anita, what's yours?
Activist.
Oh, yeah, we did activist. Okay, Evelyn,
I have 3 acronyms. I don't know which one would be good.
well, tell us what they are and we'll help you.
Okay, clean, labels, and plan.
I like clean.
Okay, I got that already.
Yeah, I like the clean.
Clean stands for cleaning lets everyone act naturally.
What is it?
Cleaning lets everyone act naturally.
This is what?
Cleaning
This-
lets
Less?
L-E-T'(S)
Let's.
everyone act naturally.
Okay, but that's a different kind of acronym than we're doing here. Those are the acronyms you're choosing to make a statement of something. This acronym is what you're teaching.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you could do, again, this L could be labels,
Okay.
right? I don't know that, it's what you want to teach. You promise people 7, all right? So now you're going to change your title to 5. 5 ways to get organized, right?
Right.
5 ways to clean, to turn chaos into clean. That's what you promised.
Right.
So label is one of them. What's another way? One of the 5.
Let's see. Well, you could say equalize, but people don't really understand that. That just means put things away.
Forget the acronym. You tell me what are the 5 things you want to teach? You
Well,
want to teach labels. What
yeah,
else?
teach how to clean, sort through stuff,
Teach how to what? Sort?
sort through stuff.
Sort.
Yeah, that's the cleaning part.
Oh, that's the clean. So that's the C.
Yeah.
Okay. How about giving stuff away?
Yeah, but
Get
where
rid of
would you
stuff.
put that?
What?
Where would you put that?
Well, we're not worrying about this right now. We're just saying we're
Oh,
going to teach. And then we'll worry about the acronym after that.
oh, okay. Mhm.
So what? Get rid of stuff, throw away stuff,
Gift and let go.
let go.
Mhm.
Okay, so let go of stuff. All right. What else?
Let's see, label, sort, clean, let go. Organize.
Organize. Okay. Organ.
And have systems.
Organ. Systems. Right? And you had a plan before, right? Maybe plan.
I have an acronym for plan.
Right. Yeah, but is it your teaching points?
Mhm.
What is it then?
I'm sorry,
Is it your teaching points?
under the acronym clean,
Under plan.
plan, teaching points. You have to strategize, that's planning.
Well, there's no S in plan.
No. Well, the P is called planning, and then L is lets you, and then A is act, and N is W. Now. Planning lets you act now.
Yeah, but see, you're doing acronyms that aren't teaching.
Right.
You're
Okay.
just saying, being clever with acronyms.
Okay.
I'm talking
All
about
right.
using
But the planning are your strategies. And let's see. You want to identify your problem areas,
Okay.
and you want to simplify. Maybe your system's too complicated.
Okay.
You want to identify strategize, simplify, and then organize.
Okay, you want to identify is one. You
Yeah,
want
identify, strategize,
to strategize,
simplify.
whatever that is.
That's coming up with a plan of action,
Okay, so,
and then organize.
okay, so for you, organize. All right, so for you, I recommend 1, 2, 3, 4. Forget the acronym for you right now. So identify, strategy, simple, organize, and then come up with one more.
Well, it was identify, strategize, simplify, and then organize.
And then one more. So you have 5.
Oh, so I have 5.
Yeah, which is take action or something, right? Or get rid of or something like that. But no, in here, you're not teaching your details of labeling and things like that. You're teaching identify the problem, strategize a way to simplify, and then simplify and then organize. And then
I teach them how to color code and label.
yeah, but these are pretty high level. Identify, strategize, simplify, organize. And then maybe the last one is get help. And that's you.
Okay.
That's an idea. That's why we can't do all of this in this class, because you need to think about it. What is it that you want to share? You've got time for 5 things. What is the most important teachings you want to teach? What's the most important words you want to get out there? If they don't fit in an acronym, get rid of the acronym and do 1, 2, 3, because that's the acronym is not important. It's what you want to teach that's important. All right, ladies and gentlemen, acronyms don't always work. It's just a fun way to teach. But if it gets in your way, get rid of them, because that's why I showed you before, decide what you want to teach and then try to find an acronym. That's how I do it, because what I want to teach is more important. And then if I kind of know let go, well, what's another way to let go? You know, what's another way to say that if I don't have an L?
Well, yeah, let go or give to other. When you say trash and dump, it puts up a red flag for them, and then they don't want to get rid of anything else. So that's why I don't use those negative words.
That's fine.
Let good, let go, and give to others. Because if they
Give
know
to others is a good one.
somebody, then they know that they're going to take just as good a care of it as you would. Because they have emotional relationships to their paper and things sometimes.
Right. You got it. They all do. Okay. So here's what we're going to do now, because we just have about an hour left. We are going to do our speech. We are going to do it from, and you've already done it a couple times. We're going to do it from step 1 all the way to step 13. But when you do the meat, all you're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is you're going to like take your very first letter. You're not even going to talk about it because you haven't had a chance to develop the content yet. You're going to develop the content on your own. Got it? You're going to decide what stories you're going to put in there. This is a process. That's why, you know, and even in my 4-day, we don't have time to do it because you all need time to think. You all need time to develop. Don't write it though. All right. So you would say, you'd come out of your, you're going to do steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with professional story, problem, pain, and suffering, solution. Then you're going to do the transition, right? Your transition statement, which is your title of your talk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to share with you the 5 ways that you can get your audio book done. We're going to spell out the word audio, and the A stands for approach fearlessness. And that's all you're going to say about your topic, your meat, because you haven't developed it yet. Then you're going to skip down to step number 9. That, ladies and gentlemen, are the 5 ways that you can, or whatever your title is, that's how you can turn your regular book into an audio book. Now, I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them, blah, 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 and then go through this. The whole thing won't take any more than 15 minutes, anywhere between 10 and 15 minutes a piece. Got it? So that means even without coaching, it's going to take us an hour. So we don't want you to go over. Got it? And I'm going to give you some coaching afterwards as well. So be ready to write that down. But all I need to see is that you can go into the meat, especially using an acronym, because you have to be real clear on the acronym and where you're going to start it.
So Arvee, we went over the timing for the opening. That was about 7 minutes, right? The ending, the close, with me, because I'm selling something that's a little longer, right? So how long do you think the meat should be?
The meat should be 50, in total 15 minutes. You need twice as much meat as you do bread. So for your close, you might have to borrow a minute or two from your meat. That's why when you do your speech on your own, the procedure is you're going to write, like I just showed you, you're going to add your stories. This takes about 15 minutes on your own, and then you're going to start to speak it. You're going to practice and rehearse for 15 hours. That's when your speech will be complete. All right. And you'll have everything down and all your stories down, and you'll become the script, and you'll practice your timing as well. Right. And it's so important because you cannot go over as a speaker, or you won't get invited back, or you could be interrupted, and you might be interrupted and stopped right before your invitation. And then you don't have anything you're giving anybody. So it's really important as a speaker, just like as an actor, it's your responsibility to know your lines and be on your mark and know that it's all choreographed, right? And you got to be right there. You keep messing up and the director's going to find somebody else. So speaking is no different. You've got to be disciplined. You've got to practice just like you would memorize your lines, and you got to stay on time, which is staying on the mark.
Can I use the phrase, I'll show you how to turn your piles into files?
Yeah. How to turn your piles into what? Fire?
Well, I say 2 different ways, depending. I says, this is how I'll show you how to turn your piles into files, or turn your piles into smiles.
I like smiles.
Okay, I'll put that.
Smiles, that's nice. But just be clear, because that's a word that we can misunderstand. Smiles, right? So just pause and say smiles. Right? Just be very clear. Stay away from any words that are hard for you to say. Like I always have trouble saying, and I have to stop and think about it. Prioritize. That doesn't flow off my tongue. Prioritize. So I stay away from it in my speeches because I get going really fast. Fast talker. So anything like that, just stay away from. Right? Do what you do best.
Arvee?
Yes.
And Evelyn, years ago, I heard an organizer speak. I actually ended up speaking at their group. They were members of National Association of Professional Organizers, NAPO.
I used to belong to them.
Okay. And the reason I'm mentioning that is when I spoke at their group, to their group, when I lived in North Carolina, one of the ladies said that she heard an organizer introduce herself as, I have a secret to share with you. I have piles. Piles is a swollen hemorrhoid. If people is a physical condition. I'm just looking it up. She goes, I have a secret to share with you. I don't know if I'm alone, if any of you guys have this, but I have piles.
Oh,
I have piles of dirty dishes, piles of unorganized papers. I have piles of CDs and DVDs that need to be filed away. But I have a lot of piles, and I realized I had too many piles that I needed to start getting them organized. Now I'm an organizer of piles. But she used that funny introduction with physical condition of piles, which is swollen hemorrhoids, to kind of get a chuckle in the beginning. And then she went right on talking about her steps to get organized. I don't know if that is anything that could be an icebreaker, if you want to
no,
do that or not.
no. Follow the formula.
No,
No,
no, I wouldn't do that.
no, not at all. And I wouldn't hire her because she admitted she had piles. I want a neat Nick for my organizer.
Well, she became an organizer just like Evelyn did.
And she can save that and put it in her story, which
Yeah.
later, but starting out that way to build rapport, bad idea.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of organizers that did have clutter issues and then they turned it around.
Okay.
I'm not one of them, but
Well, that makes sense. Just like, yeah, I was a lousy speaker till I got trained.
well, there's a lot of people that they don't understand about clutter. They may not have been a clutterer before and they are now. Let's say their parents hung on to a lot of stuff and then they got it and then they didn't know what to do. And sometimes they'll become hoarders because they're so overwhelmed and they stop making good decisions for themselves.
Right. Well, I'll show you something. Okay, look at this. I'm very organized, but I'm a stasher. So my drawers, can you see that? My drawers aren't as organized as I am, you know.
I'll teach you how to have a neat mess in your drawer. Just what you have. You probably only need one thing to do it.
Right. But my middle drawer is very organized.
Yeah.
I have an organizer in there. Everything's organized.
That's great.
I always have to have a drawer or two that's a junk drawer,
I don't blame you. Everybody does.
you know, that I just put stuff in. Okay. All right. Enough said. Thank you, everyone. All right. So now we're going to do our speeches. We're still good with our time. We actually got like 10 minutes extra. So we're going to start. You're going to do from 1 to 13, and the meat, you're only going to do 1. What I'm looking for is the transition and for you to explain your acronym or your steps, and then just weave into 1 and weave right out. Don't explain a bunch of stuff. I don't want to hear, because again, you've got to develop that. You've got to give yourself the time, the space to develop that and develop your stories that go along with it. It shouldn't be rushed. You need time to think. Got it? All right.
Yeah.
So who wants to start?
I do.
Awesome, Anita. Good. All right.
By the way, I have a leadership council call with a national group at 4:30 on Sundays. So the reason I'm being brave to go first is to get my practice in, and I will be listening to this on a muted way, so I can also participate in it or just listen to the weekly leadership council call.
I think that sounds like a great idea. Okay, let's go. Anita, I'm going to start you. And anytime you're ready, we're going to start.
Okay. Remember how you felt on Saturday, November 7th, when it was
Are you going to
announced?
start that way? No, we talked about you not starting that way.
Okay.
Just start with the attention grabber.
Okay. How many of you have realized that we all need to do our part to save our freedoms? How many of you are ready to start today doing your part? Welcome to the 7 steps of saving our freedom and defending our freedoms that our forefathers fought so hard for us to enjoy. A quick thank you to my host, Arvee, and this ladies group that hosted my meeting. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk with your members. Have you ever felt so frustrated about a problem only to internally learn that you could have helped a little bit to prevent it? What we'll be talking about today is the ways that our little efforts and actions as an activist can help to preserve and protect and defend our freedoms. And before I start with and get into those 7 steps, I'd like to ask for your permission to just share with you a little bit about how my life evolved to the point that I'm out now. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Thank you. I was living a normal life, you know, going to school, graduating, getting married, having children, working for 3 decades, first as a teacher, then as a corporate trainer and manager in the corporate world, along with just obeying the rules of life and the rules of the road, and totally clueless about the big picture of life. And what I mean by that is, I think of, we all know about, we have self-care, care and work, and our loved ones, our personal life. So and then what I'm introducing today is how the other 2
No,
parts.
you're telling your story. You're not telling us what you're introducing. Leave that part out.
Okay.
Stick to your personal story. All right. You didn't see the big.
So I was totally clueless about an important element in life that I discovered, which should not be ignored and overlooked. Up until then, I had never experienced how devastating an atrocity like 9/11 could be. However, when 9/11 happened, it wasn't that the 9/11 day that happened that was a turning point for me as much as the morning after. I still remember how on the morning after 9/11, the Archbishop of New York City was asked by a reporter, why do you suppose God caused or allowed 9/11? The Archbishop was so shocked at that answer, he almost pushed the microphone away, and he replied calmly, God did not cause 9/11. God allows people free will, and someone chose to not only plan, but carry out 9/11. I jumped up off my couch, and that was a turning point for me to transition from the business world to the social world, where I started doing something that was the beginning of a 10-year journey to learn how to draw attention to the choices that we made. I learned that less than 5% of our choices were made unconsciously, yet our choices are so important because it's how we create our life and our world. Because of that, I gradually began dedicating my life to the goal of inventing a simple process to make and measure choices by. And now what I do is I look at the situation, I'm learning how to apply that process in the political world. Because as I looked at the situation in life during those 10 years, it became very clear there were 3 common denominators in social problems. People didn't think about the big picture. People didn't relate their choices to the freedoms that they take for granted. People think of themselves instead of all affected by their choice to preserve that freedom, and they don't have a standard process. And then, unfortunately, they experience a lot of pain or suffering because they didn't have that big picture view to see that they should begin with the end in mind to preserve the freedoms that they want to have. So because of the need to see the big picture, I finished my research by developing an easy way to do that. And before I share that acronym, I'd like to share with you one experience that motivates me to appreciate freedom. One day in January, it had snowed so much that I didn't have to go to work. My children didn't have to go to school. And so we buried one another in the snow. And I think of that now as how I was buried alive by my children, taught me to appreciate the freedom of being free and being able to move around, which I couldn't do in jail. Because after we buried each of us, we immediately took the snow off. But for me, my children forgot mom, and they went into the house just to use the restroom, which takes minutes, but they forgot and accidentally turned the TV on and watched an hour of cartoons. And then they came out apologetically. While I was there, I realized I don't want to be in a prisoner where I can't move around. That simple little experience taught me to appreciate freedom. So what I do now in my training programs is I teach people the steps of being an activist. They actually are composed or consolidated into the word activist. A for aware, C for commitment, T for tall picture, I for issues, V for voice my opinion in every venue, initiate some action to change it for the better, speak up about it, and tell or talk it up to everyone. In summary, these are the ways that a person can be involved. And so there you have it. See, just a second, I lost my page. Okay, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, how to get involved as an activist to defend and preserve our freedoms. If you have any questions regarding this, please send me an email, which is what I would say if I was online. I hope all of you have lots of questions. And if we were in person, I would say, please come to me after I leave the stage. To learn more about these 7 steps to defend our freedom, please join me on Wednesday, July 21st at either 10 a.m. or 7 p.m. Pacific time to learn about the actual details in which you would receive short training, which is required before you could join my mastermind groups on a weekly basis, which is the end result of this purpose. So thank you for your time now. Please, I guess I'm supposed to say something about the invitation and then say, remember, freedom does not happen accidentally, but because if it is to be, it is up to us.
Okay, yay.
I stumbled toward the end, but I made it through.
It's all right. You did great. All right. So
Any
let's,
quick suggestions?
well, of course. How many letters does activist have?
8.
You kept saying 7.
I did?
You said it 3 times. Who heard
Then,
7?
Oh, so you're saying I need to change it to the 8 steps, not the 7 steps.
Right. If you're going to
Got
use
it.
activists, you do.
Thank you. I feel so silly that I didn't realize
No
that.
worries. No. Okay. So that's, you said it in the beginning and then you said it a couple times there and then at the end. So that's okay. The other thing I would suggest, especially during your story, slow down, take a breath. You ran the whole way, full speed ahead, like on the freeway, which
I know.
doesn't give us a chance to rest and breathe. We get exhausted going with you. So just, and you'll do this under practicing. You know, I'm well aware of that. I know you
I'll
probably
be recording myself so I can realize
Yeah.
how fast I talked.
Yeah,
I was a little,
I wasn't sure if you were trying to speed up to go to your next class or not, but I talk fast too. But there's times where I slow down and times where I change my tone. And so we're going to want to do that, especially with you, that like somebody like Sherry kind of and Malcolm, they kind of do it already naturally. But for some of us like me, I've got to practice it when I practice. I got to practice slowing down, putting the pauses in there. So I want you to think about that as you practice. All right. Also, when we do your story, I think you're missing a little something that could be fun by just because you say 9/11, kind of matter of fact. And then instead of saying you're going along, which you started to do, and then bam, and you don't have to say bam, but I mean, it's kind of like that. We need the shock. Then, I'm going along fine, I'm doing everything. And then whammo or boom or something, 9/11 happened. Then tell us about 9/11. Now, 9/11 was devastating enough, but that wasn't the turning point in my life. The turning point actually was the morning after. So be a little more dramatic and a little more deliberate because we all know about that event. That event was current enough that we know about that event. We might not remember the gas crisis or the Jesus movement, but we remember 9/11. So build up to it.
Be more emotional and show some emotions with that.
Yeah, because it was a big deal. And then boom, 9/11 happened, which was devastating. We don't have to say what it was. Everybody knows, but it was devastating enough as if that wasn't just devastating enough. The real turning point was for me the next day. That's huge. Right? That's your breakthrough. All right. So just subtle, but you kind of roll into 9/11 and then the next day instead of making it a big deal. Okay. And then you said, before I share with you the acronym, now, number one, we don't even know you're going to use an acronym yet, right? So either tell us the acronym or don't say that. So before I share with you the 8 the 8 steps or 8 ways. You don't even have to say acronym yet. So before I share with you the 8, what do you call them? Steps to freedom.
Steps to defend our freedoms.
Steps to, you can abbreviate it to freedom. I want to share with you, and then you could share this story about being buried. But once again, you need to get out of the snow. You need to tell us, yeah, my kids eventually did realize that their mom was missing and they came and got me. But what I realized from that experience is that I don't want to be put in jail. I don't want to be confined. I
like my freedoms.
I don't want to lose my freedom. Yes, right. Okay.
So would this be a nice point where I could say, did you ever have an unusual experience that you unexpectedly learned to appreciate your freedoms?
Not yet. After the meet.
Okay.
Not yet. Just
don't ask the audience to think in the heart of my speech.
Well, because you're almost rhetorical and you're not in the heart of your speech until you're in the meat. When you're in the meat, then yeah, ask questions, raise hands. Have any of you felt like you're losing some of your freedoms right now after COVID?
Oh, yeah.
That's what you want to do, not relate it to your story of being buried because no one can relate to that. But you can relate to giving up of freedom because we lost a lot of freedom during COVID.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we're getting some of it back. But guess what? We lost freedom after 9/11. We can no longer go up and say goodbye to our loved ones. I used to meet my husband coming off the plane. That was one of the most exciting things, to be standing there and see him coming off the plane, and vice versa. We can't do that anymore. We got to find him in baggage. That's a loss of freedom.
Okay, that's a good point. Use 9/11 and COVID lockups instead of being buried in the snow.
Yeah, well, you can say the buried story for you, but if you're asking your audience, I would stay relative and current to them. They haven't been buried in the snow, but they have experienced COVID in 9/11.
Very good suggestion.
Good. Yeah. Okay. You want to raise, some excitement in them so they'll become an activist and be on you. You are a leader, Anita. You are a leader, and you're looking for those people that will follow you and follow the cause and be part of the cause.
Yeah, but I will acknowledge I do need to learn to be more dramatic and emotional instead of left brain and factual.
Correct. And you could do that by storytelling.
And practicing.
Yeah, practicing, of course. All right. So at the end, again, you did your invitation. You did that fine with the classes. I love that. You did a real good job. But your client appreciation, your audience appreciation, you said thank you. So remember, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your energy. I appreciate, your attention. Anything, but thank you.
Oh, okay. So I said thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Don't say that.
Yep. Because they're going to clap. And you still
I say thank you to you now.
Yes, that's okay. Because you have one more step. But yeah, you did a fantastic job. Let's give Anita a big hand for that. All right, let's give her some quick round robin feedback. Anything that I didn't mention, of course, but anything you want to say, just give her some love on that.
Well, I definitely would listen to her. I'd want to come see her.
Good. You want to jump on the bandwagon for her cause, right?
Well, absolutely.
Oh, one other note. Sorry, Evelyn. When you say your acronym, you don't say what everything is. You've got to leave some curiosity and mystery for your audience. So all you're going to say is, I'm going to spell out the word activist. The A stands for aware. Now you go aware. The C stands for, so you do it, well, this is for all of you, one at a time. You don't say, I'm going to use an acronym activist. The A stands for boom, 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 boom. Right?
I don't say I'm going to use an acronym, just go into the meat of it.
No, you
And
say
what-
you're going to use an acronym, you say what the acronym is, but you don't go laundry list and tell us what everyone stands for. You do that one at a time and you talk about it. Then you do the next one.
Okay,
Okay. So when we're doing this exercise, like for audio, okay. So what I'm saying here's listen to the difference. What I'm going to use is an acronym. The acronym is audio. The A stands for approach fearlessly. When you want to approach fearlessly, that means that you blah, 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 blah. That reminds me of a story. There was a monkey and the monkey blah, 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 blah. The next letter in audio is U. The U stands for understanding goals. Blah, 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 blah. All right. That's how I'm asking you to do it because it'll build curiosity. People don't know you're spelling what the D stands for, the I. Here's the other way that I thought I heard you saying it. We're going to spell out the word audio. A stands for approach fearless. U stands for understand goals. D stands for design plan. I stands for interested. O stands for opportunity. Now we're going to start with the A, fearless approach. Do you see the difference in the two?
yes, I only did what I did because I understood we weren't supposed to go into detail to this time for the amount of time we have left, but normally I would, and because you've brought this to my attention, I understand the importance of not going through what each of the letters mean until I'm going into the content of each of them.
Yes, because that'll build the curiosity with your audience, which keeps them listening.
Okay, good.
Yeah, good job.
Thank
Okay, sorry. Let's go back to Evelyn. So Evelyn, give Anita some love.
Oh, give her some love.
Yeah, a compliment or something. On the great job.
I feel inspired because I'm already on her side anyway. But that just I want to be with like-minded people.
Amen. I'm with you too. All right, Sherry.
Well, it's kind of just the opposite with me, but still very much a compliment to Anita, because I am not, how can I say, committed to any kind of organization or cause. I'm, I guess, like I say, middle of the road. But after listening to Anita, and I respect her so much, her intelligence, her research, you know, it's great. So it makes me want to listen to her side of the story. I'm really the kind of person, I want to listen to what everybody says, and then I come up with my own conclusion. And she definitely has made me want to hear her. So yes, and like I say, I have nothing but respect for her and the way she thinks and also what she's trying to do, get people organized for a good cause, a good reason.
Right. Well, she's
Thank
gonna
you.
make a big impact on the world. And
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Good job. All right. So if you have to go away,
Well, all I'm going to do is I'm going to mute myself so I can still hear you, but I'll be muted. And then I'm going to use my phone to call into the Leadership Council call that I participate in by phone every week on 4:30, every Sunday at 4:30.
okay. Great. Super. All right. So who wants to go next?
Just a second. If I have any suggestions for anybody, I'll put them in the chat.
Good idea. Thank you. Okay. Who wants to go next?
Doing our whole presentation. I'm shy.
Sherry or Evelyn? Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. The problem is I didn't type everything out like Anita did, you know. So
Okay.
it's because I didn't, in fact, even this morning when we were doing it, I didn't know that we could just read it. So I wasn't, you know, I didn't.
Well, that's what the fillable form is. So you
Well,
write it
no,
out.
I've had my outline, but what I mean is I didn't write down like my whole story or anything like
Oh,
that.
that's okay. No, you don't need to. You should know your story. No,
Okay.
I'm not for writing your story. Just writing the attention grabber, then, those three
Right.
little things. Yeah.
Okay,
No, you're fine.
I'm going to give it a shot here.
Okay, let me get my timer. Give it a shot. All right. Anytime you're ready, I'm ready.
Go.
Ready.
Is there anybody here who is a writer, an author? Is there anybody here who's a writer, author, who has a book? Great, great. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to show you how you can speak up through an audible book. But before I do that, I would like to thank you for being here on this Sunday morning, taking your time to listen to what we have to say. Also, I would like to thank Arvee Robinson. Thank you so much, Arvee, for making it possible for us to have this opportunity to be together and share our thoughts. Thank you so very much. Let's give Arvee a big, big round of applause. Before I go further, I would like your permission to give you a little indication of who I am. And how I came to actually be involved with audible books and voice messages and all of these kinds of things. It was in the late 1970s. I was a business owner in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It was my third year of being in my own business. I had worked many years before as a banker, so it was exciting to have my own business. Then one day, a phone call came into my office. I answered the phone, not realizing that this was a call that was going to be the biggest change of my life. On the other end, I heard this Hollywood producer asking, is there anyone at your business that could reconcile a bank statement? I was thrilled and I couldn't believe who I was talking to. So of course I said yes, and I went to the job. It was supposed to be a 3-day job, and as it happened, it ended up being a 3-month job. And oh my gosh, I had so much to learn. I had never really thought about movies. I always loved watching them, but I always thought it was a camera and an actor. But to find out that there were like 400 people involved in making a movie. And so yes, I had a lot to learn, and I made many, many mistakes. In fact, the first week I was there, my assignment was to pass out petty cash per diems to the crew. And I had passed out just about all of it, except for the transportation guys, the drivers. And they were kind of a rowdy bunch anyway, but I knew that they congregated at the local diner after work. And so I headed out there with my bag full of money and my legal documents to be signed. And I got there, and there they were, 26 of them. And I was handing out the money and getting their signatures and feeling so efficient. And I was packing back all the signed things when this one gentleman came up to me, very nice, sweet-faced man. And he says, money lady, he said, I think I owe you some money. You gave me money that I didn't really deserve, and I'd like to give it back to you. And he did. And I would have to say that Chris Christopherson is one of the kindest actors I have ever known. And I did not realize that he was our lead actor, but it was all taken in good faith, and I was forgiven. After 44 plus years in the film business and 100 movies, 7 series, over 1,000, oh, way over 1,000 scripts that I've read, I am still to this day saying I am so proud to be in this industry, an industry that hardworking professionals, but they are also, they have the integrity and the ability to influence the world. They're in an industry that does that. And of course, without our writers, we wouldn't have that. So I'm saying that today, the biggest problem that writers, authors have is how to get their project out there, things that they have written. They know, as most of us do today, that the most popular hot thing going are Audible books. But it's not so easy to make an Audible book. These writers, they may be brilliant, but they may not like their voice. They don't like the way it sounds coming back to them. So that's one of the problems that face them. I can understand how depressing it must be to have spent weeks and months and maybe even years in writing their book. And here they are, they don't know what to do with it. They know that they need help. They need collaboration. And that collaboration, that solution comes from someone like myself. You need someone that can guide you, someone that can help you with that. And I feel that my experience, my life experience, as well as my work experience, could help you, or at least someone like me. The next thing to consider when we're trying to get a way to get a way to speak up for or through an Audible book is to take the steps to find that realization or to find that solution. And I'm using an acronym for these 5 steps. And that acronym is audio. Now, A is for approach fearlessly. And it's appropriately number 1 and also an A, because anything that you do, you have to approach it without intimidation, without fear. If you believe in what you're doing and you have this book that you want to get out there, approach the whole thing fearlessly, finding your people, stepping out there, taking action. The next is the letter U. That is understanding the author's goal. Now, we can talk and talk and talk, but if we don't really understand.
Just doing one, hon.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, go into the 9. Yeah, 9.
Okay, thank you. And now you know how to speak up with your Audible book. I know you may have a few questions, and I certainly want to answer those questions. And so please send me an email and put your questions to that email, or I also have a private business number you can call. And I definitely want to answer your questions privately and confidentially. I want you to know also that I really, I would like to invite you at this time for a free personal 30-minute coaching session. And I'm looking forward so much to you taking advantage of this. It's a $200 value. And and I'm anxious to hear from you. I really appreciate your being here today for this speech and to share these things and to ask your questions. And I want you to remember you can speak up with your audiobook. So let's do it.
All right. Good. Great job. Excellent job. Let me stop the timer. Excellent. All right. So wonderful. Sherry, I just love your voice is so soothing and so genuine, and it just makes you want to hear it. So you're in the right job of doing the audiobooks. I think for you as a speaker, though, it's important for you to stand up, because we
Yes.
need to have we want soothing, but then at the same time, I want to hear how excited you are about getting people's books on audio, because at the very end, that's the only time I really see your excitement. Let's do it, right? I want to see and hear a bit more of that during the speech. I mean, when your story, yeah, you're laid back telling your story, but then later, when you're doing the content, let's get you up and a little more excited about,
So when I'm doing the audio, like the acronym,
yeah, you could
that's
do
a good opportunity.
It's a good opportunity. Yeah, exactly. All right. So just a few things. When you said in your story, you said, which I like how you had your own business, you only had it 3 years. But then you said, I came out of banking, but you never said what your new business was. So we don't know,
That's right.
right? So you got out of banking and went into accounting. I think that's really important for what you're going to be doing with the production companies, right?
Right.
So how did it feel a little bit better when you got that call? Did that process feel a little better when you're kind of like acting it out a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
It did.
So
Yes.
we do it even more. We got room to grow there. And I liked how you shortened the story about the paying out money. I love that. But the only thing, I loved it. However, you left out where they laughed at you.
Oh, that's right.
I think that's important. And then it's kind of like a joke. You told the end of the joke before you told the joke. In other words, you said it was Chris Christopherson who was the lead. It would be more powerful. Like, just listen to me if I said a story. I said, and it ended up, it was Chris Christopherson, the lead of the movie, as opposed to it was the lead of the movie, Chris Christopherson, right? A little bit different type of feeling.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a little acting there, honey, because I'm really not in awe of actors.
In acting,
Yeah.
but to us, you're not saying, ladies and gentlemen, you're not speaking for yourself. You're speaking for us.
Yes.
We think it's a big deal that you got the Chris Christopherson and all that. I mean, anybody that remembers him, he's kind of getting up there nowadays. But
Actually, that's another question I wanted to ask you, Arvee, is because I have all kinds of stories about all kinds of actors: Liam Neeson, Harrison Ford, Robert Redford, and one that I loved and I'm so sad about his passing was Paul Walker with the Fast and Furious. I worked on the first Fast and Furious. So should I kind of upgrade that to a different name, a different experience with someone more contemporary?
You can if you want to, but I wouldn't on that one, because that was showing your vulnerability. But
Well,
I would add some contemporary ones to your audio if you can, as an example.
Oh, that's great.
So
good one to add. Oh, that's great.
yeah. So you could think about, but you have to weave them in. So maybe Harrison Ford, we all know Liam Neeson. So maybe there's something about, you say something about design plan. And you know what? Design plan, that reminds me of a story when I was in the film industry. I was doing something and, Liam Nielsen came in and he was like, well, where's our, whatever. I'm making this up, but you have to weave it in. It can't just be a story that stands alone.
Yeah, well, with planning, that was in a submarine movie called K-19, The Widowmaker. And they made all the sets for the submarine before he ever came on set. And he was way too tall. So he spent the whole length of the production of the shoot performing bent over, because he's like 6'7", and I think it was 6'5".
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. I want you to think about this. You're doing this speech is very important for you to get jobs and get money coming in. Once that happens, I want you to do another speech, and that is your life adventures as a CPA on set. Because I would just like to sit here for an hour and listen to all of your stories. Who's with me? Right? So, but that one's not going to make you money. Right. So
Right.
I want you to do this first, really get serious about doing this, get it out there. And again, we could talk more and then have that story in the back of your mind, because that would be a great story for like women's groups where you're not trying to sell them something, but and some people, might pay you, but most of the time they're not paying for speakers very often anymore because too many people will speak for free and sell their stuff. But they're out there. But I would love that story. And who knows, once you develop it, it's like the target draws the arrow. You might find that you'll get paid speaking engagements just for that story, because you have so much history and talk to so many people, actors that are not with us today. And it's just phenomenal. Like I know a guy that I just interviewed for my podcast, and he knew Jim Rohn. There's not very many people that are alive that know Jim Rohn. And not only did he know him, but he used to be kind of like his assistant, where he followed him around and he had to put stuff up on stage for him. And so he was like real close to him. And of course, he got the benefit of all of his coaching. I mean, that's the guy I want to listen to, right? That's the same guy that told the Charles Manson story.
Yes.
But
yes.
that's another speech for you that I want you to develop later. Okay?
Okay.
You can still use the formula, but the meat are your stories. The meat is the stories. Okay. So very good. So let me continue. Okay. So for you, especially when you do your close, you're fine doing your story. And going through the first bit of meat is fine. But when you started going to the close, I want you to make sure that you have that close memorized, because like everyone, when we're thinking, you have a lot of filler words. Which weren't there when you did your story, but they ended up there coming in when you were thinking about your close. So very important for you, because it's not natural like storytelling. Very important for you to make sure that's memorized and you become the script. All right. So and then the only last thing, when you sign up for your calendar, you take your time and tell us where it is. You didn't send us anywhere. Is it in the chat? Are you handing out a piece of paper? I wasn't sure how to get it. You said, I want to give you a strategy session. A strategy session worth $200, which is excellent because you said the value of it. But tell us, just add, where do we go to get it? If it's online, it has to be a link. If it's not online, are you handing out a paper? I'm going to hand out a paper. Or if you're saying, come and see me and get it, that's okay, but no one's going to come and see you to get it. It really doesn't work.
And I didn't even present it as a live thing. I presented it as it was online. So I meant to say, see my email or my phone numbers in chat.
Right. And then I would also, during the strategy session, talk a little bit more about what they're going to get. Like we're going to get down to the bottom of your book and to see if it's audible worthy.
Yeah,
then
and
they got-
that a good place to do that would be
Audible.
that acronym, because part of that explains that, like, oh gosh, where's the acronym? The audio, the AUD, discovery, or whatever it is. What's the D? You've got it.
Design a plan.
Yes, and that when I define that, the D, define a plan. That's where I say we sit down and see what your goal is for this. See what kind of book you have, how we're going to market. It's more, and that's the same thing they're going to get when they get the free consultations.
Well, this audio can't be about the consultation. This is
No, it isn't.
okay. Good.
But design is about.
That's when they've hired you. But I'm talking about, this is something that they have to do in order to get their audiobook done. They've got to have a design.
Yes.
And someone like yourself helps them with the design. But when you do the strategy session, you're going to first determine whether or not listen to me, their book is audioable. Not all books are audioable, right? Meaning they're too technical. I mean, I've tried to listen to Dr. Furman's book, and it's horrible because it's so full of technical stuff, right? Have you ever heard it?
No, I haven't heard that, but I've heard similar things.
It's all about the body and eating things and the mitochondria and blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh my God, who let him do this book on Audible? So is it even Audible friendly? Can you do it? That puts fear in them. They go, what? You mean I can't just speak my book? I better have a strategy session with them. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's not worthy, right?
Yeah.
Your goal is not to get them to hire you right now. Your goal of this speech is just to get them into the strategy session, period. Right? Never sell beyond the one step. Then for you, it's a two-step close. So you close them on the strategy session, and then you close them in the strategy session for the coaching, the consulting. What Malcolm is doing is a one-step close where he's selling them directly into a workshop, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that's harder. What he's doing is harder than what you're doing. But for what you are doing, you can't sell them into a workshop and sell. It's ridiculous. You need to just get that high ticket item, one-on-one coaching, one-on-one, get your book done, right? And go from there. Okay, good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good job. Let's give Sherry a big round of applause. All right, anybody have anything they want to say to Sherry before we move on?
Job. Such an improvement.
You're fine.
I said, good, great job.
Oh, thank you.
It's always a work in progress, and I think it's great how it turned out.
It's a work in process. We're just beginning.
Yeah.
But you've got a great start, and all of you, great start, great foundation. It's like we're building that house, right? You've laid the cement now. You've done the planning. You've got the plan. Now we're just going to put the wood on it and put the fancy stuff on it, which are the stories, right? But you've got that solid foundation. Good. All right. Which one of you want to go next? Evelyn or Malcolm? You were going to say something to Sherry.
Yeah, Sherry, I agree with Arvee. I really like hearing you speak. And I also agree with the variety is needed. Like it's because you have such a wonderful long voice, we could get to just listening to you, and I kind of miss some of the points that you're making. So
Too soothing.
but yeah, I definitely agree that you have such a wonderful voice, and you're such a nice person to just to listen to.
Mhm.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Malcolm. All right, so Evelyn or Malcolm, which one of you want to go next?
Be my guest, ladies first.
All right.
We're supposed to keep it to 7 minutes, right?
Yeah, but you should, no, it could be longer because the beginning was 7 minutes, right? And then now you're adding one piece of meat and then the close. So it can be a little bit more, but everybody's kind of sticking right to 7-8 minutes.
Okay.
Mhm.
97.3% of people spend up to 1 hour a day looking for stuff. Doesn't mean they find it, just means they're looking for it.
Beautiful.
Anyone here who wants to be better organized? It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to all of you. And I want to thank Arvee Robinson, Master Trainer Speaker, for putting on this great event today. Let's give Arvee a huge welcome for all her hard work. So before I share with you about how to clean up your clutter and my top organizing secrets, would that be okay with you for me to share with you a little bit about myself?
Yes.
When my 3 girls were young in the 1990s, we decided to go to Disneyland. In a rush to get out of the house living in a 2-story, 3,000 square foot home, I didn't want to go upstairs to get my favorite tennis shoes out of my closet to look my best. So I just grabbed my walking tennis shoes hastily in my closet where all my other walking shoes were thrown into a big clear plastic container. So when I pulled out the 2 tennis shoes that looked like they matched, and they were both white with pink insignias, I just grabbed them and put them on and didn't look closely to see if they did match and rushed out of the house. So when I got to Disneyland, my youngest daughter, Candace, who was 11 years old at that time, said to me, "Mom, your shoes don't match." And I said, "What?" So being somewhat embarrassed to get out of the situation, I responded, "It's a new fad. I'm just recycling my shoes." Well, my daughter didn't buy that response. She got me. So I just smiled out of embarrassment and we had all a great time. Though I thought I did have all my walking tennis shoes containerized in one place, I thought I was totally organized, right? Wrong. So I said to myself, something needs to be changed so this doesn't happen again. That's when I decided to create an easy system for retrieving my tennis shoes by tying the shoelaces together. And the list goes on to reevaluate and create better systems in my home. So, do you know how much your clutter is costing you in time, money, space, and your relationships? The costs associated with missed opportunities are due to poor organization, which happens daily. Missed deadlines can cause overruns and lost business deals. Most people don't know how to organize or even where to start. There are millions of people that feel stuck, unhappy, lost, confused, and lacking confidence to take the next step to getting organized. People think of clutter as a vampire energy drain, but it also drains us of our time. Once clutter is here, it begins to wreak all sorts of havoc in our lives. By putting simple systems in place, I can show you how to get organized step by step so you have less mess and stress, so you have more success. We'll also uncover hidden challenges that may be standing in your way so you'll leave the session feeling renewed, re-energized, and inspired to get the results faster and easier than ever before or thought possible. We'll teach you how to clean up your clutter to prevent you from being overworked, overscheduled, or overwhelmed by helping you to identify, strategize, simplify, and then organize. Now I'm going to show to you 5 ways to get and stay organized by turning your piles into smiles. That's by knowing where to begin to organize and improve productivity levels up to 42% by labeling, color coding, and using the right organizing tools. Having less mess and stress by learning proven organizing systems. Have less burnout and physical illness due to a toxic, cluttered environment by putting simple systems in place. Improving your credibility by easily retrieving information. And lastly, learn how to do a brain dump to keep you more focused during the day by writing your thoughts down every day. Getting a productivity coach teaches you how to do it right the first time. We're dedicated to provide a wide range of practical solutions that transform the way people function by boosting performance in today's workplace. I've been involved in ongoing education in the field of professional organizing for over 20 years and became a certified professional organizer in chronic disorganization with specialties in ADHD, chronic disorganization, and hoarding. I'm now in the top 5% in the world with that designation as a coach, consultant, speaker, and author with emphasis in ADHD community. If you don't know what chronic disorganization is, it means when all self-help methods have failed and now it's affecting the quality of your life, both personally and professionally. I want to thank everyone today and know that I really appreciate you for being here and for your time and energy today. I hope that you gained some tips for getting organized and found it informative and worthwhile. I know you have a lot of questions and I want to answer them. So if I've inspired you in any way or interested in my Steps to Success program on how to be better organized, it's valued at $1,500, but today it's only $497 if you sign up today. I'll be right here in the back of the room to answer any of your questions, along with sign-up sheets to schedule a free discovery 30-minute session worth $150. My program is limited to 10 students. So are you ready to get organized? And remember, if you can't find it in 30 seconds, it's in the wrong place.
Okay, better. But we're still a little out of order,
Oh, yeah.
So I need you to work on that. I need you to look at the formula. You've got all the right words and all the right parts, but just put them in order. Because you said, first of all, you said, thank you, everyone, before you even led into the close. Then in your close, we want to give away one thing. You tried to sell something for $497. Then you talked about a strategy session.
Okay, so leave that out.
And talked about, I can take 10 students, right? So it's only one, and that's it. And if you're going to do the one, if you're going to sell, you need to use the other formula, like what I taught Malcolm.
Okay, I took it out.
Okay, I would recommend that. Let's just get some strategy sessions and get you coaching clients.
Okay.
Right? And yeah, you did a good job with that. Discovery session, tell us where to go to get the link, put it in there. Then you do the I appreciate you, and then your memorable statement. Okay, very cool. And I was thinking as you were going through that you might even be able to use an acronym SMILES, because SMILES had 2 S's, one for system and one for sort. So think about that.
Okay, I do have that acronym for systems. Remember that one? Save yourself space.
Yeah, but no, those are different acronyms. Those are not teaching point acronyms, right? You're using an acronym a different way. It's not wrong. It's just not how we're using it.
Okay.
We're using an acronym to teach our points. So you said you wanted to teach identity, strategy, simplify, and organize. Yeah. I'm saying SMILES can handle the strategy, the simplify, the identify, 3 of those right there.
Okay.
And then the L can be labels. Label everything. Oh God, I'm good. And then the right?
Yeah.
You're right. What can I say?
What can I say? I do this every single day. That's why. But so we just have to come up. We got the I, we got the L, we got the 2 S's. What could you use M for?
Oh,
Okay, let me put it in the chat. Again,
manage?
this is teaching points, right? The S is for, what'd you say, strategy,
Yeah, simplify and strategies.
strategy. The M, what could the M be?
Manage,
Manage, that's good, manage.
okay.
Manage something, manage clutter, manage something, right?
How do I manage, identify?
I is for identify. I'm putting it in the chat. Identify.
Labels?
The L is for labels. So then you could talk about labeling.
I did down below.
Well, but now we got something else. E stands for what? Excitement,
Hold on.
enthusiasm,
Oh, E.
empty, maybe come on everybody, help me out. Empty your drawers, I don't know. And then the other S is for simplify. Simplify. All right, look at that. That's your acronym. I just put it in there. That's your teaching point.
Energy?
It's in the chat.
Okay.
That looks good.
I'm using two mice on two different computers, so I'm having a little challenge here.
Okay.
Okay. I was looking up on the internet words for starting with letters for E.
Well, you can do that. Energize, maybe, but maybe when you're empty, it's empty, it's energizing. But I have a little book that I use, and I just find a word that resonates with me that I want to teach, and I'm like, oh yeah, enroll, enrich, encyclopedia, emergency, employer, imminent,
I think energize is good.
element.
When you're overwhelmed and you're stressed, you have no energy.
Well, educate is another one.
Okay.
Maybe you want to educate them how to organize. So that's another one. Again, all roads lead to Rome, which they lead to you helping them. Right? So yeah, you use your own, have fun with these acronyms.
Okay, so what do? Do I list what I said, like knowing where to begin and organize? Or when I say to help you identify, strategize, and say what smile mean when I say turn piles into smiles? Do I explain?
Not up there, because you did that when you started. I'm going to teach you how to turn the smiles into piles. And then you talked about your story. Now, you also put your credentials at the very end of your speech. They belong at the end of your story. All that wonderful stuff about you taking those classes and ADHD and blah, blah, blah. You put them at the very end. They don't go there. The only thing that now goes is you're going to go through smiles and you're going to talk about simplify. And then you're going to go, that, ladies and gentlemen, are the 6 ways that you can organize your life, your business, and your home, even your garage.
Yeah.
Now I know you have a lot of questions because I covered a lot of information. So if you want to ask me, my name is my email's in the chat. Just email me your question. Now I have a question for you. How many of you would really like to know how to get organized? Yeah, great. Well, then I'm going to you can have a free discovery session worth $250. All you have to do to sign for it is go to my calendar link and boom, we'll talk about how you can get more organized and have, a better life, whatever. Right? But all your credentials go under your story.
I just put them there.
Perfect. Good girl. Yeah, you have it all there. It's just you organize.
I know it's out of order. Yeah.
It's okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. And but yeah, the smiles, then you could say the 6 ways. Now you won't have 5 or 7, you have 6. The 6 ways to get organized are, I'm going to spell out the word smiles, because when you say smiles, you smile.
That's right.
You need to smile more when you're doing this, right? There, look at her. Isn't she fun when she's smiling? And then you can say the strategy. You got to have a strategy in order to get organized. You can't just start throwing stuff out, and be happy about it. You got to blah, 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 blah. Right? And then to keep on track, you got to manage your clutter. You got to put it away immediately.
That's right.
You get something out of the cupboard, you use it, you put it away or put it in the dishwasher, put it in the, right? So you talk about that. And then you talk about, now remember, you can go out of order. If this isn't the order you want to start with I for identify, then you start with I for identify. We're going to spell out smiles, but I'm going to trick you and I'm going to, don't say trick you, that would be good. But I'm going to start out with identify because that's the very first step that you need to do.
Yes, you do.
Okay, so that's how, and when I teach you all this, I'm teaching everybody because there's going to come a time where you're all going to want to do an acronym and not do it in the order. Right, and that need came to me. And I'm looking at my acronym going, you know what, that's not the order I want to do it. And I'm like, well, who says I have to do it in this order? Nobody. So I just started doing it myself. All right. Good job, Evelyn. All right, let's give Evelyn some love. Anybody want to say anything to Evelyn?
Yeah, real quick, Evelyn, just from my point of view, the way that you did it now, and I understand that you understand that it was out of order a bit, but the way that you just did it, there was a lot of information. Somehow you were in your story and you were talking about what the points that you wanted to make, and so you rattled off like 5 different things, and then you said, now you're getting into the meat, and now you have this acronym with 5 different things, and I got lost there, and I missed it until the very end, and I caught it. But yes, very good. One thing that I did, one really small thing that I saw in your story that you might look at is, so you have this wonderful dialogue between you and your daughter, and then at the end of that you say, she got me, which first of all took me a moment to understand what exactly you meant. But that would also be a great place if you wanted to show us rather than tell us. So what that means is just continue the dialogue. So have your daughter say something like, aha, I got you, something like that.
I don't necessarily agree with that, Malcolm. Thank you. Yeah, I don't agree with that. She got me. And then she went on. I thought it was a nice transition. I don't think it would serve her to have her own daughter go, nah, 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 nah.
But yeah, but what does she got me mean then?
What?
Then maybe I'm misunderstanding what she got me means.
Well, because she pointed out that she had shoes that didn't match. And she was trying to lie to her and say, oh, I did it on purpose. And the daughter was not falling for it. Yeah. And that's when Evelyn said, she got me. I'm exposed. She got me.
All right. Okay.
That's bad. I'm recycling my shoes. Though they were the same color and same pink, they have 2 different emblems on the outside.
She tried to say she did it on purpose and all that. So maybe you need to make it a little more clear. That's all. Okay. When you say it, so that they get what got me meant. Like, because you're saying it to yourself. She got me. You didn't tell her, hey, you got me. You're just keeping on the airs about, yeah, I did it on purpose. But no, your daughter really got you. She nailed you. Yeah, I like that. Okay, great. Let's take a quick, go ahead. And then we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. And then we're going to wrap it up with Malcolm. Go ahead, Sherry.
I was just going to ask Evelyn if she had a book.
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yeah, it's called Successful Organizing Strategies for the Front.
That's wonderful. And where do I get it?
From me directly.
Oh, okay. I'd like to do that. And have you thought about making it audible?
Yeah, a long time ago. I just got through making some revisions to it, but they're very, very minor, like a sentence or 2. But basically, It's very, very simple, and the chapters you could probably read in 2 minutes. I didn't want them long because my ADHD community have a short attention span, and you have to entertain them. So I put pictures in there too. But it's simple, and you can write in it. So you don't have any loose notes. You have loose notes, then you lose it.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a quick 5 minutes and then we're coming back with Malcolm and then I'm going to wrap it up. So we'll probably go till about 5:45, if that's okay with everybody.
I might have to leave earlier,
Okay,
Arvee, because I have an appointment at, let's say it's an hour later here, and I have an appointment at 10 minutes till 7. So that's only, what?
20 minutes. We should be done by then.
Okay, I'll hang in.
Hang in there, hang in there. Okay, because we got Malcolm and then that's really kind of it. All right, so I'm going to just take a potty break.
That's a necessity.
Hello.
Hi, Nikki, it's Sherry.
Hi, Jerry.
Are you on your way?
I'm actually here.
Oh, bless your heart. I made the reservation for 7.
Yeah, I'm empty.
Oh, well, I'm still in my class. It's only about another 15 minutes. So I will be there for like 30 minutes. Do you want to wait that long? I'll see if I can't leave earlier. I hate to have you sitting there waiting. Yeah, do we have inside or outside?
It's pretty cloudy over here, so I haven't gone in to check in or anything.
Okay, well, I'm what? I'm about I'm probably about 15 minutes away, so I'll leave early, and then I'll see you there in 15 minutes, okay?
You don't have to rush me. We're on 7, so
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't want to waste your time. This is Sunday, your day off. So I'll see you shortly.
okay, I will see you.
Okay, love you, honey. Bye-bye.
All right, Carrie, we'll see you soon. Bye.
Okay, well, if you have to go, you have to go. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We'll
You can
catch
hear
up.
me? Oh my God, I forgot.
Yeah, and it's on the recording. It's all good. You didn't say anything bad. You're very kind. So
Oh.
you're going out to eat? Where are you going?
To Pelicans Seafood.
Oh, yeah.
This is a young lady who's working her way through nursing school. A wonderful little girl. I always try to encourage her. She doesn't have any family, so I'm kind of like her surrogate mother.
Nice.
Yeah, it is. She's good.
Nice. Okay, good. Well, yeah, if you have to go, go. But we'll get started right now. Malcolm, go. If you're ready.
All righty. Nobody gets to hear me speak. Take 5.
Okay, start over.
Nobody wants to hear me speak. That's what I used to think about myself. True. True. For the next 30 minutes, I'm going to share with you my speaking secrets. But first, I'd like to thank you all for being here today. I'm really looking forward to sharing my ideas with you. I also want to thank the fabulous Arvee Robinson for putting this event together and inviting me here to speak to you today. Before I share some of the valuable ways for you to become a celebrated speaker, I'd like to share a little bit about myself. Would that be okay with you? All right. So, back in the mid-90s, I had decided that I was going to commit to becoming a stand-up comedian. And depending on who you asked at the time, the response would have been, "It's about damn time." See, my mom jokes that my first words were knock, knock. At a very early age, all I wanted to do is share laughter and inspiration with the world. I just didn't know how. And finally, in the mid-90s, I committed to being a stand-up comic. So every night, I went to comedy open mics, and every night, I felt worse and worse about myself. For me, the biggest obstacle was my neurological disability. See, my disability caused me to talk slower, so I didn't have the comic timing the other comedians had. I felt like a failure. I can't do this. I'm not funny enough. No one wants to hear me speak. I don't even want to hear me speak. Eventually, after 4 years of trying, I quit comedy. But that's that burning desire to inspire others, to make people laugh. It motivated me to try something different. So that's when I started taking classes in improvisational theater. And I learned concepts like yes and, which is learning how to accept offers from your scene partner and how to build on them. I learned how to create stories from nothing. And I learned, most importantly, that mistakes were not bad, and that sometimes they should be embraced, and sometimes they could even lead to something wonderful. And that's when I then started stand-up comedy again. And this time I followed that for about 10 years, over 10 years. And I learned a lot about communicating with audiences and about comic timing and about all of those things. And eventually I transitioned into becoming a professional storyteller and a public speaker. And so I've been doing that for the last 7+ years. And now I have all of these tips that I've picked up throughout the years, tips on how to be a more memorable, more celebrated speaker that I would like to share with you.
Beautiful.
And you see, I understand that we all have stories that we want to tell. We all, as speakers, we have messages that we want to get across. And the problem, as I see it, is that so many of us have these great ideas or these products or these messages, but we don't have that stuff, that charisma that makes us memorable. And I think the solution is simple. If we aren't memorable, our messages are getting lost.
Right.
So I lost my way. So I think the solution is simple. We just need to find our mentor, find an expert that can help you become a more memorable and therefore celebrated speaker. So today I'm going to talk to you about the importance of being naked. Yes, you heard me right, being naked as a speaker, but not naked without clothes, naked as the acronym. So I'd like to start with N. N stands for natural.
Oh, nice.
And now that's how you become a more celebrated speaker. So if you have questions, I really, really want to answer them for you. So I'll leave my contact information in the chat and feel free to contact me.
Beautiful.
With your questions.
Beautiful.
I'd like to invite you all to participate in my 6-week course. It's called Speak Out and Stand Out. And what I want to give everybody in 6 weeks, I want to get your message, I want to craft your message, and then I want to help you improve your audience connection.
Beautiful.
I really want to do this for anybody, any public speaker who wants to improve their speeches, who want to get basically who want to improve their speeches. I lost my words, I'm sorry. This is taking place on Zoom. I'm going to start it on September, blah, 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 whatever. Now, this is valued at $2,000 because not only are you getting me live for 6 weeks at an hour a day, an hour a week for 6 weeks, but I'm also giving one-on-one sessions to everyone in the group. And I'm guaranteeing everyone a stage where they can speak at the end of the 6 weeks. And I'm giving you an opportunity to join a speaking circle, a circle, a networking circle of other speakers where you can practice your speeches and just have fun and network. So what I'd like to do is I would like to limit this class to only 10 people. So I really, really encourage people to act today. And if you act today, I'm gonna take that $2,000 and I'm going to take $1,500 off. And I'm gonna give it to you only $497. I'm gonna put the link in the chat for you. So please grab that opportunity to work with me for only $497. I'm so honored that you chose to spend your time with me today. And I'd like to leave you with one last thought. If they don't remember you, you won't be celebrated.
Wow, excellent. Great job. Great job. You just get better and better and better. Great job. I love how you worked in the word naked as a speaker. You did a great job with that. I like your story even better now. I like all the emotion in it. I love it. Just don't change a thing there. Great job there. Also, I just wanted to point out, which I really love, the first time we talked about the benefits, the first time we talked about benefits, was benefits, you know, for the audience in terms of you're going to teach them how to craft that speech and how to make those connections and all of that. And then you did a great job there with the price, all that. And then the next set of benefits, you know, I love how you said, you know, then you're going to be in a networking circle and you're going to have this, you have 6 weeks of me. And then you're going to, I love all that. Great job. And then limited and drop and then only, and the way you said it. Well done. Sounds like you have done this before many times. So great job.
Thank you.
You've got a winner here.
And it's all because of you, Arvee.
Oh, I think you came in with some of these talents already to go.
Well, you molded them.
Yeah, put them in a system. All right, so great job, Malcolm. I'm very proud of you. You're ready to go. You're gonna, you know, just do great. Just all you have to do, of course, is, you know, get the rest of the naked and you're set, and add some stories in there, which I know you can do. So great job. All right, let's give them some love. Who wants to share? Who wants to share?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Sherry.
I just wanted to give him a compliment. I mean, you're right. He's just so good. And I mean, he couldn't be cuter. And those big eyes, I mean, before he says anything, you're already kind of captivated. So he's got a lot going for him. You really do, Malcolm. You're meant to be an entertainer. You really are.
Yeah, yeah.
And I know I've been around a lot of them. So
I'm really, you know, I'd just be praying for you that one day you can quit your day job or one of those 2 jobs you have and just really get your message out there, because you have a message.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Powerful message. And again, you might even, part of that message might be showing other people that have some challenges too, that they can do and be anything that they want their mind to, that don't listen to those other people. Don't compare yourself to other people, because you've certainly overcame, but I'm not even sure if overcame is the right word, because you just are, you are it, you know. I mean, it was just the overcoming self-talk, which we all have to overcome. It's that little devil that sometimes sits on the shoulder telling us crap. Right?
This actually goes into another passion project of mine. Yeah.
Which is what?
Well, anti-bullying. So
there you go.
Becoming bully-proof is a title.
Becoming bully-proof.
And it's a talk directed specifically to teens and younger kids that are dealing with bullies and helping them get through it. And so, mhm.
That's another talk, just like Sherry has that other talk. I can't wait to hear that talk one day. Excellent. All right. So I know Sherry has to go and we want to wrap up. Evelyn, did you want to say something real fast to,
I was just fixated on him during the entire time.
yeah.
And that's really important in being a speaker, that you pay attention to them and not anything else, no matter what. So thank you for that. Great job.
Absolutely, yes. All right, so just real quickly, in your manual, something that's another piece of homework. If we go to the appendixes, it's 43. Go to 45, there's scripts for getting speaking engagements and scripts for setting up workshops for companies. Right? Companies don't want you to come in and do a speech, but they'll let you come in and do an hour workshop. It's so weird, the language. But yeah, but the other one's for speaking engagements, same kind of script, but we want to call it workshop. I'll come in and do a workshop for you on public speaking. Right. And then 48 is a speaking engagement data sheet. This is what I use when I get a speaking engagement. And these are all the questions that I need to answer and talk to the person about. Sometimes we get so excited, we forget. How long are we speaking? When do we speak? Is there food involved? Where are we? You know, so that'll help you. The next one is 49 is a sample one sheet. Now, this is the information you need on a one sheet, page 49 and 50. But then you need to take it to a graphic artist to make them do their magic and make it all pretty. But these are the things you actually need and the order that you need it. That's what that is. 51.
Can I use your picture?
No, you have to use your own. All right, and a current one. All right, but 51 is really important. 51 is a template. It's a formula for a speaker introduction. Your bio is not a speaker introduction. This is a speaker introduction. So you can write it out, then type it out, give it to whoever's going to introduce you in 2022 font, right? Because they may not have glasses on, right? But this is the formula for that. 52 is a sample handout with what you need, like Anita said, the contact and picture at the bottom. And then the other two we talked about, which are the business card strip and the strategy script. And then 56 is just something fun. This is what I developed, the 10 commandments of public speaking, right? Thou shalt deliver great content, right? Just for fun. And then the last 57, of course, are some of the next steps that you might be thinking about that you want to do, which is set that goal for speaking. Remember, I said the target draws the arrow. Now you need to set a goal. So the speaking engagements will be like a magnet and come to you. So we've got 6 months. We just started with July. So I would set a 6-month goal on how many speaking engagements you want to do in the next 6 months. So let's all go around real quick and tell each other what that's going to be, because when we verbally say it, we're committed. I don't care if it's 2, it could be 20, but what is that commitment? So Malcolm, what is your commitment? How many speaking engagements are you going to do?
For the next, would be the next 6 months? 4.
Okay, 4. All right, I want to challenge you to double that to at least 8, because if you did 1 a week, that 1 a week would be 4 a month. 4 times 6 is what?
4.
4 times 6 is what?
24.
24.
24. So that's kind of what's possible on an average. So if you said, I'm going to do 8, that's a piece of cake.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Facebook Lives count. Anything that's prepared, that's 2 minutes or more in front of 2 people or more. But
Oh, that's right. That's right. So let me edit that. Can I edit that?
yes, of course.
Oh, okay. All right. So in the next 6 months, 40.
All
No,
right.
50. 50,
50.
50, yeah.
All right, Malcolm's gonna do 50. Awesome. All right, Evelyn, what are you gonna do?
Mine's not as high as his.
Okay,
I'll go with, 4 months.
okay, so that's 24. Awesome. All right, Sherry.
I think I'll go 8 a month.
How much?
8.
8 a month. So 8 times 12, 8 times 6 is what?
I'm the accountant, right?
8 times 6 is what, Sherry?
That's a good one.
Oh, gosh.
8 times 6 is 48. So you're almost at 50 as well.
Yeah.
All right,
You
48.
can even say 50 because I mean, I already have appointments to talk to at least 2 people. So I just didn't think of that as a meeting,
Well,
but
they're
it
not
is about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's they're not strategy sessions, but it's actually a prepared speech.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. So Anita, I think, is not with us, so I'll get with her later. And so we will go down the journey and see how we do. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to end. I could go on all night, but in respect to all of you and all of your time, thank you for giving up your Saturday and Sunday, investing in yourself, learning something new that will not only change your life, but change the world. Remember, your words will change the world. Your words create worlds, and you will help others create their world just by your words. So thank you so much for being here. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve you this weekend. And now the best thing I can just say to you is go and serve others with your message. Mwah! Love you all.
Thank you, Arvee.
Love you, thanks.
Love you.
And we'll see you in other classes. We'll see you.
Bill.
This isn't the end, only the beginning.
For sure.
All right. Great job, everyone.
Great job, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Great job. Bye-bye.